themselves, right? And that that sense of suffering, that backpack, that proverbial backpack that I always talk about with, when I did my podcast was about, just putting the backpack down. Like, why are you carrying the suffering? Why are you carrying the fear? Why are you carrying, all of the things that life is thrown at you and is shit? Like, why are you carrying on to the shit? Let the shit go and move on, because it's stinky and nobody wants it. Just move on. But it's like, I'm tied to the shit. I want to be in the shit. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm tied to the past, and it's and I know I'm kind of going on a tangent, but it's just having that clarity. I think that you're able, to see that you can avoid. It's all about just staying in flow. And I think, going back to that, when you're in flow, for me, life just moves so much easier.
Yeah. Well, you've said a couple things that I want to come back to, if I may, that I think are really important. So I want to put a little spotlight on them. And one is, you talked about taking off that backpack, and I think we all have pretty much a constant set of issues, whether they're new ones or they're old ones from childhood. And we have a constant of fears, whether they feels like we're born with them. Sometimes there's a genetic, component to a fear of heights, for instance, or whether it's something we're just in a position that we're fearing, like your friend getting out of an abusive relationship. And when we are willing to just meet the fear, and we're maybe not even ready to take the backpack off.
Your backpack.
It's like when windmills exist, they do okay. But again, like, what is the
disposal out of Palm Springs? I was in Palm Springs last week on business.
What is the disposal of this technology look like?
Ben, I'll mention it quickly. There's a YouTube channel called The Chill Financial Historian. And in one of his videos, he talks about how France escaped all the problems that Germany and other Western European countries are having now with energy. Because like 20, 25 years ago, they invested heavily in nuclear power plants, and they're upgrading them now. But France is independent. The problem we have, look, I like the Johnsons. I want this society future where we have, Star Trek, there's an abundance of energy. The problem is 30, 40 years ago, nuclear power was coming into its own, and we had the movie, The China Syndrome. The left completely destroyed any chance of nuclear power in this country. If you want all electric vehicles, you've got to have the infrastructure. You've got to have the power source that can fund that. And nuclear is the way to go.
It has
right
to.
now,
It has to be. And I'm glad you brought that up, Alan. I really am.
Yeah.
Like it's
right. Well, let me land with this, Ben. Right now in California, all of the energy that is being used to fund all of the Teslas in Southern California comes from natural gas and fossil sources. I don't know what percentage the winds are, but I am sure it is minimal. You're just transferring, it's a different kind of energy transfer that you're using. It is not efficient.
I agree.
It isn't going to work.
I agree, and I'm so glad you brought up nuclear, because if you want to know serious about climate change, or I'm a conservative, but I like to conserve. Like, I like to recreate, be out in nature. Like, I want to keep nature for future generations. Like, I really do. I'm actually quite lots of things I disagree with the Trump administration on environmental policies. To quite frankly, I think you environmental policies wrong, quite frankly. But you said, if we want to have those conversations about conserving our nature and conserving, like this shouldn't be a left versus right issue. The answer has to be nuclear power. Like we should be investing up to wazoo in nuclear power. Again, I don't think that the answer is solar. I don't think the answer is wind. I think that there's a place for it. I think hydro is good as well. Especially here in the Northeast where we have crazy tides and stuff, where like you can, there's been companies that have invested in doing wind turbines under the water and that kind of thing to harness the powers of the tide, that kind of thing. I think that all of that stuff is wonderful, but it has to come. The primary driving force of this has to be nuclear power. It is the cleanest, it's the most efficient source of power. It is the safest form of power known to mankind.
A genius breakfast trick everyone should know.
Amari, not to put you on the spot, but
I'm going to start by slicing 150
keys in this. Are you in the process of getting some stuff done in that area?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
And the solar?
Just energy in general. I thought maybe you were busy. Remember? No?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, not right now, though.
Oh, is that right? Some things changed or something? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing other stuff now.
Okay. The only reason I said that is I didn't know what you thought of
And the solar?
solutions for this, but yeah.
So for me, I do like what I see, like coming from places that are doing microgrids. It's just so expensive. I like what they're doing at 3 Mile Island with a company with Microsoft. I like that. And so there's things that they can do. Elon Musk was.
Maybe this is your morning meditation. Good morning, Marion. Welcome to your morning meditation, Marion.
Bornless ritual. Thee I invoke the bornless one, to create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light.
Yes, let's make a lasagna.
Thou art the star unnatural, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Yahweh. Thou art Eah, a Pophras. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Ahaf the consul thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ptah, of Pophras. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven. Hear me. Arain, Hial, Ribet, Atheri, Berset, Belathan, Abeu, Ebeu, Fifita, So, Ebe, Hiaoth. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Ah, go, 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 ah, go, so thou, Ludor, fell art thou, oh, oh, the bornless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of a whirl and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, who are of Mario Dom, Babylon Valbin Abath, Asalonai, Arthen Eof, E, Poten, Abrasax, R-A-O-O-U, mighty and bornless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma-ba-ra-e-o, E-O-L, Kothan, Athori, Balo, Abraf. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Isaac. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, unhelper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-R-T, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abrasax, Sabi-I, O-O, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tompion, Alala Lai, Zai-E-R, I-Bay, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. O Sabbath, such are the words.
Now, today, we are living in an age which is quite peculiar, because in the world of science, there are no longer any secrets. Because
the Formless Ritual. Thee I invoke, the Formless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts.
The Kabbalistic cross. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller and taller. You are as big as the house, still growing and growing. Bigger and bigger. The earth is getting smaller. Your head is now above the clouds, towering among the stars. The earth, a small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Imagine and visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. With it, bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto.
Atto.
Which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus, and with it sends a great shaft of pure white light, encompassing your now enormous astral body. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth. Malkuth. Meaning the kingdom. Visualize and feel this brilliant ray or shaft of pure light which has descended from above and encompasses your tremendous astral body. Touch the right shoulder. With this tap, a sphere of light is formed just off in tone of the word Vagabura.
Vagabura.
Which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body and imagine that from this bright sphere of light extends a beam of scintillating light, penetrating the chest and continuing through and just beyond the left shoulder. And at this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagabura, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands in a praying position on your chest, with both arms and elbows raised, to be encompassed in the horizontal beam of light. Vibrate the final word, La'olam. Amen. Meaning forever. Amen. Face the east. For the ceremonial instrument, you may use a stick of incense, a ritual dagger, or the pointed index finger of your right hand. Inscribed in the air before you, a large vanishing pentagram. That means, with your ritual instrument in your right hand, start at the lower left-hand point of the pentagram, opposite and outside your left hip. The hand is moved to the uppermost point of the pentagram, which is pictured in front of and just above your forehead. Continue tracing downwards to outside and opposite the right hip. Now move upwards diagonally to outside and opposite the left shoulder. Horizontally across your body to a point and outside your right shoulder. And complete the pentagram by moving down to the starting point opposite your left hip. As your hand moves, visualize a beautiful blue flame which follows the point of the dagger as it inscribes the five-pointed star. When the pentagram has been completely traced, thrust the point of the dagger to the center of the pentagram, vibrating the deity name. Yod-Heh Vav-Heh. Imagining that your voice carries forward to the end of the universe. With dagger still extended, turn in place or circumambulate to your right to the south, and make a vanishing pentagram. That is, starting from the lower left and moving to the upper center. And with the central thrust of the dagger, vibrate the deity name. Adonai. Each pentagram remains a flame and is connected with a continuous circle being traced by the extended dagger. Turn or move to the west, with arm and dagger extended. Make the same type of pentagram as before. As you once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the God name. Now turn to the north. Dagger still extended. Make the same type of pentagram. And upon completion, thrust the dagger in the center of the star and vibrate the deity name. Allah. With arm and dagger still pointed, return to the east. Complete your circle of flame by bringing the point of your dagger to the center of the first pentagram. Pause a moment. Imagine, and above all realize, you are standing in a flaming circle with beautiful fiery pentagrams in each quadrant. Facing the east, with arms outstretched in the form of a cross, say and vibrate before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. My left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and in the column stands the six-rayed star. Follow the above pentagram ritual, once again using the Kabbalistic cross as before.
Is it Kitover?
Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller. The earth is getting smaller. A small, roving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a scintillating white light. Visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. line down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word utter.
I advocate you have a...
What
is it like to be doing? What is it about superior to be I think it's especially nice to be able to help other people support Science and mathematics is the bedrock of our civilization.
As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth.
What is it like to be doing?
A sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder. In tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light.
The Negro can prove to the white man
Now
that he
clasp your hands with both arms and elbows raised.
and the Negro can prove
Vibrate the final word, La'olam. La'olam.
The Trump is the best thing happened ever to us. Because she believed that the entire population of this Nordic magician, that he is the magician of the highest order. That he is there in his irrational mind to create confusion in order that the human being can find new order. And you know, it's not so stupid thinking about this in that way. It's completely turning things upside down. Because since Trump is around, things start changing. The Trump is the best thing happened.
Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, before me flames the pentagram. In the column stands the six-rayed star.
Vagadula.
Amen.
Amen.
The Bornless Ritual. Thee I invoke the Bornless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Arnefa, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Yahweh. Thou art Ear, a Pophraswal. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Alkof the Konsu, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of the tongue, a Pophraswal. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven.
Won't die. The only reason people are here is because it's spooky. That whole thing, you know, this is 3 is actually really
Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of wood, air, and of rushing fire, every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in a void place of the spirit. So thou one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, who are Mario Dom, Babylon thou bin abaft, Asalo nine, Arthen Eof, E, Roteth, Abrasax, R-A-O-O-U, Yeshua, mighty and formless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma-ba-ra-he-o, E-O-El, Kothan, Asori-Balo, Abra. Hear me, subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Aftan, Aftan, Bas Om, Isaac, Zabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, ruler and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Adonai, Ade, Adu, Angelos Tonthian, and Lala Lai Gaia. I pay Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O Sabao. Such are the words.
Hello?
guilty profaning, or lusty, or pagan. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is the emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier of the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the path floats over the foam. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament anew. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified law, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Petra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my mother Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is a sanctuary of truth, and a God sitteth on my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart to realize itself as that of the tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in silence, unusual wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of ours. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, sending never are you never the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind formed thee in its bosom, and earth has never nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of burning air and of rushing fire, and every
There's an extra. What's going on here? They're looking at him, I'm looking away. What's going on? Robert didn't say a word. He just started. Very serious, focused, deadly. It just might kill you any second. Purpose there. And I can't figure out. Hit me. That was the performance he wanted. Was now to stare. That look, that thing. Go off like that. You just start blinking like that. And you realize that he wasn't there anymore. He was somewhere else. Motherfuckers. It's the end of the mystery. And how do you see this? I mean, do you, is it?
Relaxation. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus we support our bodies with much too much tonicity, instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. It should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, a thick, large pillow should be slipped under the knees so that the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. This tends to induce a mechanical relaxation of the spinal muscles. Let him now cross one ankle over another, the heels resting on the hard surface, and fold the hands over the abdomen by interlacing the fingers.
Bro, you gotta fucking stop.
Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has, at some time or other, seen diagrams of the cerebrum. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white and grey nerve substance, divided into a right and left hemisphere, with a little bulb at the back. The entire surface of these structures is marked by numbers of lobes, convolutions, and depressions. Try to feel that this brain normally white and grey in colour, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head. Subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about the relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Should your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention back to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these exercises. It only requires some training and re-education. Bring the blood in your imagination to the lips, the mouth and gums of the teeth, the chin and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its gross attentions. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, when it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation of the blood vessels that, holding the blood, are gently warmed by its heat and thus being coaxed into relaxing. As the tensions begin to loosen, pass the attention to the powerful muscles of the shoulders and shoulder joints. Pay great attention to these, for they are unusually tense in most modern people. The price we pay for the benefits and stresses of civilization. Let the attention slowly wander from the shoulders down the arm to the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, dwelling for a minute or so on each part, feeling a sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs. The bronchial tubes, lung, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful rib muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein and capillary. The muscular walls of these vessels relax, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm descent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you practice, you will at first become increasingly conscious of each body segment, becoming aware of each separate organ, rather as one does of each tooth, if and when there is a... This awareness is succeeded by a complete cessation of sensory awareness. The relaxed portion, formerly standing out so vividly in consciousness, will fade utterly from view. Eventually, consciousness of the body as a whole vanishes entirely, with a deep and abiding serenity and stillness resulting. Having completed the irrigation of the pelvic area, imagine the light stream of blood dividing into two, each sweeping down one hip and thigh. Consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body, until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle, and finally to the tips of the toes. Aware of each minute part of the body, become absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release from tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles and tissues everywhere in the body to relax their chronic tension. Skill is the important factor, and skill is achieved solely by practice and constant repetition. In this way, a conditioned response may be built up with the almost instantaneous reaction that such reflexes have. Stand erect. Spread your feet slightly apart. Take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Relax the muscles. Twist and stretch again. Relax. Exhale and your body flop from the waist, dangling like a rag doll. Inhale and bring your body back into the upright position, loose and relaxed but upright. Exhale, Let your body flop again. Inhale, coming up from the floor. Exhale, flopping forward. Inhale, up and relaxed. Exhale, flop like a rag doll. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. Wiggle your body, up and down. Turn it loose as if it were boneless. Go completely. Arms, head, neck and shoulders, all loose. No tension. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God, using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven, and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. You are now ready to become more aware of your body. Breathe easily with the lips slightly open. Wiggle around for a moment to find that one position which is most comfortable for you. Now stay in it. Do not move from it in any way. From this moment forward, remain absolutely motionless. Make no voluntary muscular movement, not even a wiggle of the toe, bending of a finger. Motionless. Now try to feel what is going on inside your body. Let your mind roam freely from head to toe and back again. Slowly, deliberately, methodically.
Verbalize what you do feel. Speak out loud as though reporting your different sensations. You are attempting to do one thing and one thing only. Heighten your awareness of sensations inside your own body. You may become conscious of an itching in the scalp. Leave it alone. In a moment or two, it should die down and then totally disappear. Your attention may soon be distracted by a muscular itch or a tingling somewhere else in the body. Whatever it is, again, do nothing about it. Merely observe. Sensations in the different parts of the body will come and go without apparent rhyme or reason. Watch them. Become aware of your body as something you have lived with. And perhaps now, for the first time, you watch it let go and become soft and relaxed. Above all, make no judgments about what you observe. Merely notice. Don't criticize or reject any of these sensations. They may be comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise, but they are your own. Try to become keenly aware of all the sensations without trying to ignore them or to change them.
Be aware of everything that is going on inside. This is the process, eventually leading to self-realization, the integration of the whole man. Sensations in different parts of the body will come and go. Watch them. Verbalize and study what you do feel. Let your mind roam freely without becoming fixated on any part of your body. Make no judgments about what you observe. Make no effort to separate your mind, your awareness, from these bodily sensations. There may be a great temptation to think of something else to distract your mind from discomfort. Don't succumb to this. Just watch and observe. Concentrate only on what we are doing, watching and observing our body sensations. Don't criticize or reject any
of the different sensations, comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise. They are your own. Accept them just as they are. You do nothing else but merely observe the rise and fall of sensation without attempting to modify whatever may occur. This practice heightens the function that is called self-recollection, mindfulness, and self-awareness. Experience what is going on inside your body. Become aware of what is happening. Observe the rise and fall of bodily and muscular sensations. Don't attempt to modify whatever sensory phenomena may occur. Verbalize. Express clearly what comes before your attention, your awareness, what you feel. Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like.
Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can thoroughly pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing. verbalize.
Hi, John.
Express
Oh, how's
clearly
your
what
day?
comes before your attention.
Hi, John. How's your day for
Your
tonight?
awareness. What you feel.
For tonight.
Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body.
That's all you need to say.
With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle, or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flow out to the ends of the universe. Rejoicing.
Mystery Rolex. But I can't say anything about it. That's what somebody loves it. I'm gonna drive off the Palm Beach Street right here in the fucking bushes. Love you. Stay tuned, because I'm around. There it is.
ChatGPT, can I make money online? $0.
Yes, you can.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts I'd like to share.
I can't believe there's people that exist, that breathe, that have reason, that believe that Whataburger is in and out. It's a very serious problem. I've met one.
That our tax dollars are being used to give training to the legals. I have 4 things that prove it. So basically what Democrats are doing is they are saying you are an illegal immigrant, you snuck into America, and you want your penis cut off. American taxpayers will pay $50,000 for it. And that, why are Democrats paying for surgery? Because the people most likely to vote Democrat are trans. If you actually survey trans people, more than 90% vote Democrat. So it is in the best interest of them health and the best interest of the Democratic Party to
Democrats want more immigrants in the country. If that's the case, why is it that during Biden's administration, he deported more people than Trump did in his first administration?
It's just how they count the statistics.
Can't
We all
blame.
know they play.
No,
It is.
come on, Joe.
It is. Well, how come it simultaneously, if Biden deported the most illegals into our country, or that were in our country, then how does he also have illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how is that the case?
Yeah, so it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as, well, you look at it as a net positive, I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in, but hell, he turned 10 million of them behind around and wouldn't let 10 million of them in. So look, he's tough on immigration, but he let 2/3 of them come into the country illegally. But we know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that. But this is what you all leftists do: is you smudge the statistics for the you're clearly aligned with them. You caucus with them. There's no question. Okay, so it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right that go along with it for their own self-interest, or like cheap labor. They'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap labor out of this. Walmart wants this because every little immigrant, every Jose needs a new pair of shoes, right? Come on. Self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I would agree with that. I think
Because he knows how to win.
People, so I would agree with you that the Democrats are interested in self-interest. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did when he continued, construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially, it still stands, is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, why wouldn't it deport so many people?
I think I can answer Necro respectfully, because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very succinct. The reason why the Democrats deported illegals would win elections, they wanted to campaign to say the border is not open. If the Democrats, and I'll answer Necro succinctly, if the Democrats knew that there would never be an election again, there would not be a single one deported. The Democrats today are constrained by the knowledge that the average voter doesn't want millions and millions of illegals to come in. And that's holding the Democrats back from what they really want. So that's your answer, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. I mean, but I think really just the idea that, they want people to come in here legally, I think, I mean, I would like to know what that, is suggesting, because the fact that they have policy that don't disincentivize people to come here, I don't think that that's the same thing.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, and I will be succinct.
Okay, I'm happy to pass the mic out.
So I've seen videos. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Ryan, it's already been. Hold on, let me finish. It's already been run in Europe. That is, ML's policy of letting violent migrants from the third world come in. It's been tested in Europe, and I'll post links. The overwhelming majority of gang rapes in Europe are committed by immigrants from the third world. The same immigrants that ML bans in America let in are committing mass gang rapes, and it's not in one country, it's in 10 different countries in Europe. So if anyone is honest and neutral and just Googles what do ML's policies do to a country, you don't have to speculate, you can see it. And I'll post a few links, I'm going to the audience. ML demands.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been the suggestion that, immigrants in Europe, one of the things in crime among them. I think it's also been pointed out, but Cato, the Canadian is a libertarian think tank, which is informational that their studies have shown that. Now, I don't know if they're necessarily distinguishing between people who are here who are legally documented versus people who are not documented. But I mean, to me, is like.
Try to be succinct, Necro. I'd like to go next. Try to be succinct.
Yeah, that's fine. I think
So I've seen videos over the past few days of Angela Merkel, former Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now. But the Spanish Prime Minister just recently 1,000 African migrants, basically amnesty. And it's because the Spanish people hate leadership. They are allowing these illegal migrants to come in for their votes. It's the same thing here in America. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme, it is a scam, it is a fraud, and Kash Patel, when he's finished drinking all his beers, partying all the time, maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will change. Nothing. We need arrests, and we need arrests this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots up, which is the Democrat Party. They are criminals, they are fraudsters, they are liars, they are thieves. And until we see arrests, we will never, ever be free of these parasites. These parasites are killing us. They are low IQ. They are weak. They are effeminate. They are brainwashed. They are suicidal. They hate our history. They hate themselves. And they are miserable, horrible, pathetic people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the Democrat judges. Our police must be judges who release murderers back into the streets to kill our people. We must arrest soon and now. We cannot wait. We need mass arrests in this country. I am complete.
How about the top 1%?
Yeah, overall, like I would agree with the Democrats are mostly want to keep immigration alive. It's like a wedge issue for the same reason. But I would say the same thing about both parties, but that's why I called the question about whether or not they are supposed to just keep it alive as a wedge issue to accuse the other side of xenophobia or racism.
And where's Alex Soros right now? He's in Spain with the Progressive Movement International Symposium. They call it the progressive movement. It's not progressive. It's murder. It's abortion. It's black tax reparation fraud. Tax for me. I got to pay you merely because of the historical conflict of mankind. It's a fraud. It's a hypnosis communication projection shoved down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual intercourse with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join the army. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something with your lives. Be a patriot. Fight and resist this tyranny. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They are gay. They are effeminate. They are traitors. To arrest them. Their corruption, their frauds, their criminality ends. These teacher unions are RICO racketeering organizations. Guys like ML are effeminate, low IQ, and they are traitors. ML, you're the problem. Necro, you're the problem. All you people on this app that are basically on here wasting their lives creating propaganda content, you're the problem. I am complete.
Yeah. People who are saying go to other countries that they should be concerned.
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually reserved here for.
Yeah, well, if they
but he's actually
that's a fact. So maybe he should, but he's okay with young people dying for his wars, so.
We should put politicians in there.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham is like New Kid Grudge, and he's a check.
What does he even do?
Sorry, what?
What's he supposed to do? Who is that? Lindsey Graham? What do you say he is? It's not very good.
I think that he should not be demanding.
He's the Lord's of fun. So I wouldn't want anything around the front lines. Trust me, I wouldn't.
Oh, you're going to go to the front lines, ML, and defend America? Yeah, right, ML. You'll be at the back of the line complaining like that's all you do. Lindsey Graham knows how to win. People don't like Lindsey Graham because he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he's unstoppable. And you got to respect the winning. Guys like ML say, oh, I won't fight in the front lines with Lindsey Graham. Yeah, right, ML. You won't be at the front lines. You'll be in the back of the line complaining like what you do on Clubhouse for years. You fucking complaining little cuck. You're a cuck complainer. You're a Democrat liar. You're a fraudster and a spinner. You are an effeminate, weak traitor. We don't respect you, and we should deport you. We should arrest you, and we should send you back to your mother country. Goodbye, ML. Puh.
What's your mother country? Because who doesn't represent the masses? That idiot that was talking there?
too.
That idiot. I agree with that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I especially think that he should not be let into the White House after he talked about invading other countries like Cuba to try to establish U.S. supremacy.
And we are, so like it or lump it.
Trump cannot fail us. He has to go within. He has to root out these Democrat criminal politicians in every major U.S. city by using the FBI and the local police. And if he has to deputize the police and make them federal employees because the city is going to fire them, so be it. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all the illegal aliens. We won't allow one illegal alien in this fucking country. Not one. You will be here with your legal papers. There's no I got here, and then we're going to figure it out. No, 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 no. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give you credit card, food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything you. Not anymore. When Donald Trump realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money, because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, 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 Donald Trump, it is already in legislation. We've got the money. We're taking the money. No, Donald Trump, deploy the police, make arrests. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make fair and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquesting America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. Progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam. These people are liars and fraudsters, and until we use the police to make arrests, nothing will change. We have to advocate for the police making arrests of politicians using the FBI and lawyers charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminality. It's fraud. It's lying. It's scamming. Guys like ML, oh, I won't go serve in the front line with Lindsey Graham. ML, you're a fucking complainer. Get in the back of the line, bitch.
So here's an example. I think Sean has me confused with Ann, because he keeps talking to Ann, and Ann is not talking at all. So the thought is, go get it, girl. Or boy. I don't know.
We have a county treasurer here in Illinois. She stole $50 million from the county. How the fuck is that even possible? It's because there's nobody's watching. We don't have actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist friends. It's all taxation on a different name. It's called the progressive movement is we're going to tax you more movement. That's all it really is, folks. It's a fucking fraud. It's a scam. ML, get to the back of the line. Keep complaining.
Well, I'll start complaining when I'm more than 37% tax bracket anymore. But I'm good. Your bitch ass is the one who's fucking complaining. You, the price of gas. You complaining about the price of gas right now. So shut up.
So tell me, how does the individual taxpayer have control over the price of gas?
Yeah, I never mentioned gas once, folks. No brings up gas. I didn't bring it up. I said the progressive movement is a taxation movement. It's a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, ML. Complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what? I'm good.
Oh, and you know what's so amazing is the government butters your bread. You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government made you wealthy. The government funded your adjusted gross income every year, you fucking complainer. The government did it for you. It wasn't your own hard work. It was a parasitic relationship. You are a parasite. Go back to the line and complain, bitch.
Are you a planet? Are you a guy?
You come in these good rooms and you take advantage of Anne and Matt Cool's goodwill. But ML, you're the worst of them. You're a dull hypocrite and you're a parasite. Go back to the end of the line and complain, bitch. I said, ooh, I got a 6-figure income. I don't need to worry about my grocery prices. ML, if I was in charge, I'd have you arrested and deported back to your mother country because you're a parasite. And we're going to prevent all parasites from continuing to leach and draw the blood from our beautiful system. You're just a parasite, ML. Go to the back of the line and complain, bitch.
He's American. You need to stop saying that. It's not ridiculous. Like
My mother country, listen, I just cleared my lot.
Dumb.
Hey, dumbass.
Go back to politically correct and agree with the echo chamber, ML. Go back to your safe space and politically correct with all your friends, ML. You're just a parasite, ML. Go back to politically correct and complain over there, bitch. Go complain over there, bitch. Just a complaining bitch.
Dude, he admitted to being a parasite. Move on.
I know.
Yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands have only been a territory for about 100 years. So,
It's more than 100 years. More than 100 years.
108 years.
No, we're not sending him back to that. That's not his mother country. It's some African place on the west coast of Africa. That's where we're going to send him back to.
So I don't know how you're gonna take out the white. I don't know how you're gonna take out the white blood in me.
No, but Emma, we clearly have different political agendas, and that's ultimately what the immigration argument's really all about, is the political agenda. Would you agree? It's not really about how much crime illegals commit or don't commit. Right? You can say those statistics don't really play a factor in the debate about immigration. It's really about politics, right?
It's about votes. It's about who rules and runs and governs them, Mel. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat female criminal lawyers and abortionists ruling over us. We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you gotta get to the back of the line with Lindsey Graham and keep complaining, bitch.
Hold on, Spartan. You look, ML, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't have
I'm working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, no,
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys don't
making all that American money, right?
I am an American. Which kind of money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? What is it? Or what do you want me paid in?
Do you live in America and work in America?
He's in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He's an American. Yeah, but it's not really a flex, though, to talk about how rich you are.
No, I said I'm not complaining about the price of shit, and I'm good.
Hold on, what's the cost of living?
Joe, he did the most say.
How much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And right?
Yes, they're doing a lot of this stuff, but I don't.
It's super fucking expensive.
Hold on.
And I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico, that most of the money that when you look at it from the countryside, like Hawaii, 4 out of $5 that goes to Hawaii is because of federal money. And I'm sure it's the same for U.S. Virgin Islands, that you don't really have individuals that are making tons.
Serious? Do you know, hold on, this is what you guys talk, you guys know what you're talking about. Do you know for the last, hold on, Joe. Hold on.
Islands don't get any federal funds. I can tell you.
No, we get more tourist islands than I think.
Than Hawaii. Look, Hawaii gets a lot of perks.
Hold on.
$4 out of $5. If Hawaii wouldn't exist without the American Indian.
That is bullshit, because Hawaii is Have you ever lived in Hawaii? Have you ever lived in Hawaii?
Okay, so four out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest industry. Federal assistance is their largest industry. Now it comes in many different forms. Federal assistance. A lot of it has to do with money that goes to the military
bases.
And it doesn't dispute the point that Alice was making about your little islands would not be able to survive without federal assistance.
Can you be done? Okay, you're done. Okay, let me go now. The point you're making is that the net takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant economic.
Oh, here we go again.
So hold on. If you look at the net take.
It's the red states and it's the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more complaints. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow. Incredible.
So, the point here being is that, yes, I'm from the Israel House. I don't live there currently, but I am going to retire back there. I go there often because this is home.
Not if I'll make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to West Africa. And we will strip you of your pension. We'll make sure you never collect another federal dollar the rest of your life, ML. You go back to politically correct and go join your socialist, communist infiltrators. Go ahead, ML.
I'll send you back to your southern sister.
I go back to Europe because I'm indigenous, and I can tell by your accent you're not a native English speaker, ML. So take your lies and shove them up your ass, and maybe Lindsey Graham will come and felch them out the hole. Oh, thank God El Normo's here. He could maybe talk some sense into you, ML, because you are so brainwashed, so brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife and she cleaned you out. That's the greatest justice. That's what I'd like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive faggots like yourself get cleaned out by their ex-wives, that's what really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls. That's real justice, ML. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls in her mouth. Taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, your wife owns your ass, and that gives me joy.
Maybe that's the situation where my ex-wife will get a dime for my pension because she makes enough money.
So really, hold on, Spark, hold on. Really easy to look up. So tourism only amounts for about 30% of the U.S. Virgin Islands GDP. Now, depending on certain years when more federal assistance has to be given, and certain times during disasters and stuff like that, federal money is upwards of 4% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the islands, allegedly.
Well, your ex-wife didn't get your pension, but she still got you by the balls. And I'm so happy your marriage fell apart because you're such a know-it-all. Your ex-wife eventually for you, and she said, fuck it, it's not worth it. For my birth and my death, I don't want to live with this fucking know-it-all socialist communist parasite.
Hey, Alyssa, do you even have a woman? I think.
Oh, I got a lot of women, baby. They ain't got me by the balls like your ex-wife got you by the balls. So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you trying to get laid, actually, at the end of the day. You go into politically correct, you think because Patty or First Lady gonna give up that fat ass to you. Well, I don't think I'm funny. I know I'm funny, and I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your fucking retirement, bitch.
Hi, Anna, what's up?
Was there something? I know that you requested to speak, so go ahead.
How are you doing?
Well, this is a President Trump discussion. Thanks everybody for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the black schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years. He's rectifying history, and many people don't like history rectified. I, for one, support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
Since we're talking about statistics from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the largest employer of people that work in these Virgin Islands is the federal government. Near 30% on some years, the government is the largest employer of people that work there.
That makes sense, but why? Like, seriously.
Well, we support a lot of these island territories and island
No,
states.
because guess what? Realize that in the Virgin Islands, you have, as a territory, the police force is mostly U.S. nationals. You have the Coast Guard, then you have the, then you have the military bases.
This strengthens my point, but the U.S. Virgin Islands, the point was...
The federal government is the biggest employing majority states, and then if not for them, it's Walmart.
Not a majority of states. No, that's not true. Now, these are
Stupid.
in our island states.
Look like ex-wife.
The point was they would not be able to economically without the federal government's assistance. Yeah, because they can't even afford. They don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police force.
Let me know when Joe and ML's ISO's over. I want to get something about our guard today. Go ahead, ML.
Yeah, ML, I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue why U.S. Virgin Islands is such a net benefit for America.
You're just me, man. Come on now.
That's what you're gonna leave it on?
Hey, no.
You said we have some amazing beaches to come into.
Come on. When I'm relaxing, I don't want when I'm relaxing on the beach to run into an idiot like you guys. You know, this rock my paradise.
You're gonna use the opportunity to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful.
But we don't want people from the mainland moving down there.
They clearly want our money.
That's unclear.
There's no industry there. I mean, maybe some business.
Listen, I am from the island of St. Croix, and we have like the 3rd or 4th largest oil refinery in the world. And for like 4 decades, we have the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Mount Maria aluminum plant. What else? The St. Croix tourism. Tourism is mostly St. Thomas and St. John's. If you guys realize what diamonds on the territory.
Share with us. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's a net positive. Having an oil refinery there.
And we have one of the biggest oil depots. When you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store, we have one of the biggest ones now. Yes. Because all the oil that comes to America, they have some place to park it, they can't refine it, and they park it in Central. What else?
Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Road, Louisiana, and the east side of Texas does. That's where the largest oil production comes
yes,
from.
we have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades.
Largest on what like
so the largest demand burners, the amount of the processing production. Yeah. We produce majority of America's jet fuel for decades.
Jet fuel is very specific.
Because
I don't know that statistic.
Yes, for jet fuel, we produce majority of America's jet fuel.
Okay, well good. That's good.
And gasoline was the cheapest, has always been cheapest in the Virgin Islands.
Usually where it gets produced, it is in Louisiana as well. It's one of the best locations to buy because it's the transport cost, right?
Yes.
So, okay, there's some benefit. And now, what do y'all have to pay in excise tax for when you do imports?
We don't pay any. You see, the only rule is that America established a law that if you want to ship between two American states, you have to use an American flag ship. So basically, we pay more to transport goods from American mainland to Virgin Islands because they have to use an American flag carrier, which charges higher rates. Let's say we would get the goods came from China or not.
Tell me this: what's the benefits tax-wise? That y'all don't have to pay the same federal tax rates that we do here at mainland.
It's the same. It's the same.
Exactly the same.
Exactly.
No. See, I figured it was like Puerto Rico. There's some benefits to live in Puerto Rico.
You don't fucking live in it, but he's talking about dog. Dog, go ahead, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
He's a moderator. No. He's a moderator.
Let the fuck up, dog. I said go.
Okay. Joe is correct. Very few people in the room know this. There's a tax break. If I bring my business to Puerto Rico, my taxes go all the way to 4%. If you bring a new business to Puerto Rico, especially professional services business, your federal taxes go to zero, your state taxes go to zero, your local taxes go to zero. You negotiate 4% taxes. The best tax break available to an American citizen. So it's perfectly correct when Joe said he's suspicious that there are some tax benefits to an American moving to the Virgin Islands. I'm done speaking. Joe, if you disagree, let me know.
It's really easy for me to look up. You guys have.
We're talking about the Virgin Islands. You bring about the you have the same tax structure.
Hey, I owe you an apology. I was doing stuff around the house. I didn't see you come in. I would have loved to have your take on the Heritage Foundation documentary. I was so excited when I discovered it yesterday, and then it's free this weekend, so I rushed to do a report this morning. It's the story of Matt Lohmeyer. I had no idea. And apparently he was 44 or 5 years ago. Did you know about him before I knew about him?
Yeah, it's an excellent documentary. Everyone, no matter what your culture, everyone should watch the documentary. It's great upstairs.
So let me see. I was posting it in the Telegram, and you don't want me to advertise for everybody to call Telegram, do you? Because why? Well, so the pros are we have more people in there to discuss ideas. The cons are the trolls won't get in, and you're very protective of your property. So I'm just like, you're the landlord, I'm the manager of the property. So how are you like you own it? So you think that when you suddenly know, I
Thanks for that update. Moderators, put me back in the queue. This is Allison. Thank you.
Okay, so, we can circle back on it, but I mean, my thoughts are like, you can advertise for it, and if any of them, are horrific, which, yeah, remove them.
Yeah. So it already has the Heritage Foundation documentary. Wait, hold on. Elon Musk tweeted about it. His post about it has 16 million impressions. Let me see what the Heritage Foundation has 16 million views. And I guess that John Kitover the agenda and he wants the mic right now.
Oh, Monica, agenda. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. You don't have to say I have an agenda, Monica, but thanks for mentioning my name.
An online topic of DEI and critical race theory in our military that's corrosive and divisive and racist. I would love to have that particular people. The pastor who is segregating black soldiers book reviews on people opinions, trash logic, and alienating the white soldiers needs to be known about. This is
Okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing more than to have us divided by race. And China and Iran, if you actually if you just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth, China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow races. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who can speak, when the U.S. military teaches American patriots of one race to hate American patriots of another race, they are serving America's. So shame on everyone that did that. I'm done speaking.
I see the room. We're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. It does. U.S. Virgin Islands do have generally a similar tax break as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainlanders moving to U.S. Virgin Islands to make a business. But they can get tax rates up to 90%. They can lower their personal tax rate down in some industries down to between 2 and 4% in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So ML's not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same. It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They're not making the same laws and rules at the federal government, tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And on top of that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage of those tax. Yeah, clearly. So the U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America and play by different rules, but they don't have to allow, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try and to access those extra benefits.
Not only are you correct, but you're forgetting one thing. Let me say this very quickly, Joe, and then...
Yeah, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
No, ML, the other thing that you are dishonest about, ML, is the murder rate in the Virgin Islands. I just looked it up, and the murder rate on the Virgin Islands is more than 10 times as high as in the U.S. So you should be proud to be an American, but don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place. I'm done speaking, ML.
So, listen.
I am, bro.
So Joe, there is what you call, if you look at the middle, where we don't try to
Yeah, that's what I looked up.
Yes.
Why did you withhold that information when I first brought it up? Go ahead.
Because it's you just you say what's good you come.
Actually, it's the opposite. The federal tax that you pay go directly to what y'all do pay go to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yes. That's the mirror system. It's identical. It's identical to the federal tax.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go into the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands suck
You know what's amazing? That's essentially ML's philosophy on life, and he's self-interested. I'd like to be put back in the queue. This is Alistair.
Let's hear it, Alistair. Follow up.
So I created a new house. It's called the Progressive Movement, and it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television in a presser and saying we need to tax the racist white people a black tax for reparations. That tipping is connected to slavery when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped. If you got a great attitude and your customer, I recently got a phone call from a banker and he was screaming at me. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't deal with our national deficit. The progressive movement doesn't deal with the fact that we're spending $7 trillion a year, collecting $5 trillion, and we have a $40 trillion mortgage with a $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial accountant perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. Too many people want to talk about political identity politics and all this bullshit. It's a waste of time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the truth, the math, as they like to say. And the truth is that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To listen, to waste your time listening to guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Look, I gotta follow up. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory. The famous progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax burden they are on our country, how much benefits they get from being part of our country where they don't pay into the general fund. However, they extract money out of the general fund. It makes sense where ML is coming from now. ML, do U.S. Virgin Islands, do they have a Woodrow Wilson Day for him accepting y'all into the Union?
He's our favorite
president. Exactly.
No, we don't have a
progressivism. The father of progressivism.
He was joking.
Yeah, no, he's not joking. I mean, it might be tongue in cheek, but it makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive, because he needs Daddy Washington to support him.
I don't know. What do they have a role in this? They're so mighty.
Trying to change the conversation, Spartan. We're clearly discussing U.S. Virgin Island politics right now. ML made a big point about it.
Joe was kind of that I wasn't a heritage American.
I still hold to that. You're not. You're like an adopted cousin of our family. That's okay. The spirit you're an American, but you don't share the same interests as I do. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, being raised in an island state or an island territory that extracts money that good-hearted worship Americans pay into that we don't get to benefit from makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when the most progressive president in the history of America is the one that actually adopted y'all into the Union. And look, I get it. If I was to sell it, when I asked you the question about sell it to us, which was good, economic, the reason what you should say, look, it's a great strategic defensive position for America to hold that spot in that nation because it allows us to defend the rest of America.
Well, we don't want to move it now. We don't want to sit down, especially on here.
Your tax situation wouldn't allow it. But you'll take my money. Just let me. Yeah, give me time.
Are we not need a conversation to be held here? I just figure out a room where everybody else is interested in people to take on the Heritage Foundation. I know.
The Heritage Foundation.
Monica, I am also a fan of the Heritage Foundation, and that's where I know about Thomas Massey before he became a congressman. And yet Thomas Massey has an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they are completely infiltrated by special interest lobbyists, and also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas Massey is probably the only patriot we have. He's busy growing peaches on a self-sustainable farm at a house that he built by himself, because he's an MIT graduate and a goddamn genius. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of Maxine Waters. Nancy Pelosi's going around and just fucking ruining everything. I am complete. Thanks for letting me interrupt you, Monica. Sorry for imitating you, by the way, but I hope everybody gets a little comical relief and doesn't take things so seriously here on Clubhouse. And we can't wait to watch the documentary, and then we can discuss it, and then we can also maybe watch A Room with Jordan Peterson. You think we can listen to a Jordan Peterson film soon? I heard Jordan. Oh, she got a phone call.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
He's just the greatest philosopher that Canada has ever produced.
Hello? The greatest? I wouldn't say the greatest, I don't know.
We're talking about Canada here.
People.
Everybody is the greatest, but that Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs to be in this circle is the greatest. I don't understand that, the logic of that.
I don't trust any of the government, anybody in the government.
Are you enjoying the show, Matt?
Republicans suck, everybody sucks.
Oh, there you go.
No, this is live. I was just imitating Monica in the big room. What are you doing?
So you went into a live room and you were doing that?
Yeah, I'm still in the room. I'm on the stage on another account.
Oh, I see.
You know, they just opened up a big magic restaurant in Chicago downtown. If you want to go have dinner, that's $400.
Dude, that's like a drop in that's so cheap.
It's an experience. It's like a 3-hour experience or something. And you go to all these different rooms. It's a mansion called the McCormick Mansion. And some wealthy, magician. I don't know who he is exactly, but looks pretty dope. People like magic, and I can tell by your PTR, you have power.
Magic isn't real.
It's basically, I think it's like a way to use your brain, prior to obviously computers and all that, but through literature or hieroglyphics, it's basically a way for people to do memory, information storage and communication transfer, prior to the advent of actual computer technology storage. That's what, to me, when I look at, if I look at an ancient hieroglyphic from 2,000 years ago, and then we were.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's basically just information technology.
Yeah.
I used to work with this IT professional, in a business unit, and we were talking about IT, and then I was like thinking about intelligence, and I'm like, it's not really technology. I'm like, it's intelligence technology.
That's valid. Yeah, that is the origin of all of our progress, isn't it? Somebody figured out how to store intelligence in some form.
So the question ultimately becomes, what's the best form of intelligence? Because if everything is basically an aesthetic of index, a bell-shaped curve of subject or object, if we look at intelligence and we look at it from the perspective of, let's say, brain science, we can start making hypotheses and experiments of what the topic is, which is intelligence.
Well, it's kind of
evolution, humans are optimized for intelligence. Right? That was the determining factor that allowed us to branch off of every other organism that we've ever seen. So
Yeah. Well, in what ways do you think you've been optimized for intelligence, or in what ways do you think you have personally optimized, for intelligence?
I have a statistical. I have a statistical edge in that I'm pretty good at quantifying variables, large amounts of variables to predict futures. I thought that was a pretty common thing that all humans can do until I started interacting with other people, and I realized that most people just work with what they got, but I am able to somehow go beyond what's given and come up with my own variables, make sense of them. You get me?
Yeah. What's interesting is intuition can process a tremendous amount of variables. And so, like, from a trading perspective,
That's true.
Yeah, in Wall Street and the stock market, you can make very, you can make intuitive decisions based off of like relative variables. So just like company A versus company B, and then the environment. So there's just like a way to compress so many variables in your observation that, like, even if you were to use like AI and software and huge data sets, it still might not give you it might give you the wrong answer. So that's why, as the primary user of the experience, your intuition is like a supercomputer, a quant, mathematical quant. I mean, you're basically, your super advanced AI, your 65 billion years of optimization. So one thing that I like to do when I'm interviewed is to tell the camera or the possible listeners to take the deepest breath of the day. What do you think that means?
Deepest breath?
Yeah, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
Isn't that a way to reset your limbic system?
Limbic system? What's the best pickup line you have at the bar, Matt?
Let me think. Let me get your opinion on something.
Yeah, okay. But how would you actually do it? Say there's a beautiful woman at the bar, you walk in, she looks at you, and you have to come up to her and hypnotize her. What would you say to her to immediately hypnotize her?
I'd say just that. I'd say, before I even hit her with that line, I'd say something like, okay, I gotta go in a minute, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something.
That is actually a very low quality suggestion. So hypnosis is just a series of suggestions, like Pavlovian suggestion.
That was a series of suggestions.
It's not.
It went completely undetected in your system.
No. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that your side B of the CD, the side of the ACD, or the other side of that is, let me tell you. So if you walk up to her, you say, this is my opinion. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Because now you've like triggered like oh my God, what's this guy gonna ask me? Then the second do you believe in hypnosis? And then like maybe blush or look away or look you directly in the eyes. Maybe she'll be smart and funny and give you an interesting response. But then you follow up with, you, because you are hypnotizing me, you are so beautiful and mesmerizing. That's like a nice compliment. And it's a funny thing because, basically a woman is hypnosis. The curves, the movement, the eyelashes, the perfume, the makeup, the painting. They're art. Every woman is basically a magnificent piece of art. And so
The later half of your line is pretty strong, but the right half, I think, that will get you turned off before you can deliver your real payload.
by saying, excuse me, can I ask you a question?
And then, do you believe in hypnosis? Yeah.
So do you think you should just come in close and say, excuse me, do you believe in hypnosis? Just get right to the point.
No, that would get you ignored as well.
Oh, so how would you present it? The way that you said it?
Yeah, I would combine mine with yours. I would combine my first part with your second part.
So wait, what is that? How does that go?
Hey, I gotta go in a second. Before I do, can I get your opinion on something? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me. Something like that.
Okay, let me try it. Excuse me, I gotta go. I only have a second, but can I ask you a question? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me.
Right. Well, you gotta give them a chance to process what you're saying, right? If you just deliver it all like that. If you meet a random girl or a random stranger and you tell them that you're gonna leave in a little bit, that will make them more receptive to what you're gonna say next.
But what is the point of telling them that you're going to leave in a little bit? That's why I go back to the question of intelligence, because
it's critical. That's the most critical part. In the setting that you're describing, women are approached by a series of dudes. And so by telling them that you're going to leave in a little bit, that lets them know that if you turn out to be a creep, you're going to be gone anyways.
No. We're not trying to create a safe space. See, in my opinion,
I know we're not. However, that's how women process information. Women are constantly analyzing who's safe, who's not. And so by interjecting that you're going to leave in a second, that bypasses that defense mechanism.
Ah, okay. All right. Well, I'll take you. So have you tried this in the real world? Because I'm going to try it tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And it works for you.
Like a charm.
Okay. So what other suggestions do you have?
In my early 20s, I studied pickup artistry.
And what's the compression? What did you learn? How did you implement?
I remember bits and pieces now. I mean, I'd have to recall my library. Let me think. Ask me a question, and then let me see what it'll trigger.
Peacocking, and picking up through peacocking.
Right. So peacocking is a good one, but the purpose of peacocking, do you know what that is?
I think it's super stimulus. You're trying to stand out in a weird way intentionally to make the subject question, you're trying to enhance your attractability by creating attention communication.
Yeah, that's fair. You're trying to stand out apart from the average Joe by doing one thing that's eccentric. It's not about going crazy. It's just about having something that sets you apart from everyone else, and that could be one item. It doesn't have to be a whole outfit. It could be one funny hat, or maybe even a shiny belt or a badge on your chest. It could be anything. It could be a bow tie. So even a bow tie, you can pull that off. But yeah, that's what peacocking really is about. So you go to the bar with this one thing and you put it somewhere visible, set you apart, and then I remember my favorite thing that I learned. There were 5 primal attraction triggers. know as, and if you hit any one of them, you'll create attraction. The most basic one, everyone knows this one, is displaying that you have the potential to be an alpha. You have the potential to be an alpha, just an alpha being like a leader, right? If you can display that you have the quality of a leader, and you can hit this trigger in so many different ways. So it's like when you meet the girl, when you hit them with that pickup line, that ability to deliver one of these 5 triggers, or as many reasonably compressed to like one interaction. And then as you deliver them, you'll see in her body language the effect of having. Oh, here's actually another one that's really good. So communication is 80% nonverbal. So while you're talking, how you move your body and how she moves your body is like under extreme scrutiny. Right? So when you walk up to her and you say, "Hey, I have to go in a second, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something." And you want to stand up straight. You don't want to be fully facing her because that's too much. It's too much energy being poured in. You want to be facing a little bit to the side. Your face is turned towards her at like a 70-degree angle. And as you talk to her, you want to casually look around. There's so many things that add up into like one strong opener. And then if she's with a friend, if there's a cute girl you want to talk to, but she's with a friend, who do you talk to first, the friend or the cute girl?
This is like the worst seminar, but you know, it's got whatever.
Yeah, that happens a lot. You know, sometimes I put people to sleep. I have that monotone voice.
Well, I appreciate the things you said. You know, I saw a picture of Donald Trump's son, Eric Trump. He like was doing a downward pointed triangle with his hands, like, and taking a deep breath. And then his wife was like, "Stop doing that." And so I think it's like a sigil, but then somebody pointed out that that's like a common practice, you know, to like do like people, I guess, theater. So how do you view life from like a performative perspective? How much of your success in life do you contribute to intuition, to education, or to performative, you know, disposition?
A large chunk of it, I'd say. A very large chunk of it. It is all performative. When we meet people, we only dance, and if we do a good job, they'll like us. And you're enriched by their presence in your life. Isn't that how it goes? You could have the most amazing product that you invented, but if you can't present it in a way that people understand and like, nobody's gonna buy your shit, even though it would make their life better. They won't care. They don't want that from you. They want that from someone who makes them feel good, even if it's lesser quality. Unless they're very intelligent, overcome your inability to be entertaining. They can entertain themselves, and they don't care that you're entertaining. I don't think right from the beginning is people can overcome the need to have a dance monkey. It's not for 80% of the population. You know what I mean? Hey guys. What's up, bud? We gotta talk, guys. I'm running out of space. Hey, dude. Listen, hello, brother. How are you? We were discussing social
No, I'm just pinned a link to my YouTube live. FYI, I'm YouTube living because I believe that being alive today, the smartest way to be alive today is to be live on YouTube. Oh, our Vedic astrologer decided to leave us. Well, this is the universe. You're in it right now. And this is one of the things that I don't like about communication propaganda is that when we're told that we should have to have homelessness because it's just, mentally ill people with drug habits, but we can't provide housing from the elements to people that are dying in the streets, but yet we can actually shoot videos of robotic technology in outer space and put them on YouTube. I just got to say, there is no political will to do it because people are just too fucking greedy. And so, when Elon Musk owns the platform and he pushes the narrative with his propaganda, and so much of it is just to support SpaceX and Tesla and his narrative for those corporations. To me, it's just. We got a bull rush happening here. Dennis, can you tell us how you're feeling right now?
Feeling like a raging bull.
You feel like a bull? What does it feel like? What does a raging bull do? Dennis had to go run off. Must have seen a mating partner. And so what I'm trying to say is, Matt, have you ever played darts?
Yeah.
So when you throw that dart and you hit a bull's eye, that gives you an X. It was interesting, you were talking about alpha. If you have to demonstrate an alpha principle to the subject. I was a telescope this morning. I went through the instruction manual on astrology. Anyways, fascinating topics, the metaphors and the analogies through actual astrology, not just the spiritual astrology, but it's all right there in the cosmos. If you want to become the most astute, magnetizing person, your communication should be astrological. And so my approach with the subject is always to break the physical barrier as soon as possible. And the best way to do that is to say, excuse me, can I see your right hand? I want to read your palm. And then you just give them a hand massage. And then you hypnotize them with poetry. And then they melt in your mouth like butter. And then you mix it into a Belgian waffle. And you put some Canadian syrup and almonds and Nutella. And you throw yourself a little Belgian waffle cake party. If you have candles, put some candles in your birthday cake. Hello?
Actually, I would incorporate that right into my playbook as well, right? If you can build enough comfort to where if you ask, let me see your hand, and they'll actually let you. It's like, let me read your palm.
Yeah, that will. What's the term? That will. There's a term for that when you introduce esotericism into interaction. It melts away.
Introduction of esotericism and exotericism.
Fantasy. But if you can keep that coherence, the way that you described, yeah, that's powerful. Yeah, that's a strong move. You come up with that on your own?
No, but a girl gave me a hand massage at a stop that I was at the beach with, and I got so turned on. I was like, oh my god, I had no idea that like a hand massage can like turn somebody into like a sexual, dynamite. So,
Physical touch will do that.
one time I was at the bar and I said, excuse me, can I read your palm and show you a magic experiment? And then I took a lime and I squeezed the lime in her palm and I gave her a hand massage, and she was at my hip the whole night, and she was so hot. And it was that lime juice hand massage magic trick that just made her wet. Hello? Okay, I'm still in the President Trump room, and Monica is speaking. I have the turned down. I'm still on the stage, but let me post a link to my YouTube live in that room as well. I like bridging platforms through links. So, Matt, how important do you think breathing is in terms of magic?
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Yeah. Until Bill Clinton did it, I think it was like 1993 or something else like that. Because the US was
Can you tell Acek to shut the fuck up?
It happened in Australia. There was actually a big fight in Brisbane.
I'm just kidding around. Acek loves talking. What are you doing, buddy? How are you?
Yeah, man, what's going on?
Oh, I'm sitting here having a great afternoon in the Universe Magic Mat room.
Oh, nice, nice. Brad's upset with me.
Why?
He's really mad, because he's threatened my family, so I have more information on him than he has on me. So
Oh, shit.
I'm not gonna do anything with it, but he's fucking, unless he comes, threatens my family like that.
Why would you ever attack a berserker Viking? You know how dangerous that is?
Yeah. I'm not concerned. 52-year-old man.
Well, The thing is, you don't want to go around picking fights your whole life. It's a waste of your fucking time.
Well, I know. I don't try to. I don't. Listen, if Brad is in the room and I'm in there, he has to stop the room to attack me. And I'm not just going to sit there and take it, so.
Well, I don't know. Life is a roast on here, so like if you can be funny, you know, and like but not be, you know, actually where people think like if I make fun of somebody, you know, I want to like make fun of them, but I don't want to like get into a verbal deathmatch fight. Like that to me is nuts.
Yeah, no.
I just want to make fun of people, you know.
Right.
You should try the same thing, but you know.
I try. Sometimes I like serious conversation.
If someone is making death threats, though, just say, I'm recording this and I'm reporting it to the FBI. Don't actually respond ever with physical threats of violence. The other thing is, you know, if you're actually an intelligent person, you would never, ever make threats online, verbal. And you would never, ever actually attack somebody in the real world. You would assassinate them 2 miles away. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, no. Just fucking last year really pissed me off. He fucking found out I had a 7-year-old kid that was like talking about raping her, and just like that was enough.
That's so psychotic. But that's like, you know, you're a real person, and so the problem.
I don't think you would literally do that shit, but I try not to respond to that. But that was just too much, bro.
I know, but the problem with response is it creates a cycle, a never-ending death spiral, and so.
I should have just. Well, I even told him yesterday. I should have just reported him right when he said it.
Yeah, that's how when he started attacking me in my congressional run, and then he was making death threats to people. Well, what am I gonna do? Not report him? Like, okay, great. I can't wait to report you now. Like, I got no problem trying to tag him with the local police and the FBI. You know, come at me and just know that I'm totally 100% transparent. Everything is recorded. My whole life is recorded. So you can judge me by what I say, but everyone else can judge you by what you say. Hello?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. No shit. So, I don't know. Like, I hate talking to that guy because that shit goes down, but he literally started talking, because I don't know how he found out, but he found out that we, you know, my family has a couple of grocery stores, and he found that out. And so he's literally was like, you know, he's multiple times mentioned grocery stores and my family and stuff, and my sister, my daughter, my grandfather, my grandma. Like literally yesterday was talking about beating my grandfather to death. Like, you know what, dude? Like, and then he runs and begs for sympathy. Okay.
Well, see, this is where you create a room and you call it, I'm reporting Brad to the FBI. And then you actually post a link to X where you have tagged the FBI with a video of Brad saying these things, and you stop wasting your time and your emotional intelligence. If you want to get ahead of the emotional intelligence curve, you have to use surveillance capital, and you have to report bad actors, and then they literally disappear and they conceal themselves, but we know who they are. And when they want to say things like that, you don't respond, you just record and report and move on. And you know what that's like, Mountain? That's like taking and all the paperwork sitting on your desk and processing it and filing it and then closing it and walking away from it, and it's not a part of your life anymore. You don't carry it with you. You've processed it. Did I make sense? Hello?
Yeah, dude. And speaking of that, like some good dude activities, I'm going to build a small drift boat this winter or this summertime. Just put it together, you know, my plastic welder. So
Plastic welding. Plastic. He melts plastic together.
6-footer. And then jump on the fucking river and head down, man.
Damn. River hopper. River skipper.
Right. Building a boat.
Building a boat.
What do you think?
Selling a boat. driving a boat, sailing a boat. Well, I'm a former boat owner, and the two greatest days of owning a boat is the day you buy it and the day you sell it. And that's 100% true every single time.
Here's the thing, though. These are boats without engines. You know, like an engine, yes. I've had a couple of those, and dude, it's a nightmare. They don't want to work when you want them to. That's always been my experience. But something you can paddle. It's pretty fun, right?
I think the metaphor of, the day you buy, the day you sell is the same thing with a woman. I've experienced that as well.
I know. It's amazing, especially when you fall out of love with her. You finally did, and you're like, yes. You know what I mean? Like, I knew this. I knew it would come. It was gonna take a while. But, finally, I don't fucking love this bitch. And it's amazing. Especially when they keep on trying to contact you. You're like, adios. It's pretty good. That's a good feeling.
Well, the now is always more important than anything else, because the now is actually all there is. The thing about our brains is our memories are so powerful and our projections are so powerful that we forget that the now is actually all there ever really is. So talking about building a boat, talking about sailing a boat, talking about crushed hearts and despair and broken hearts. Either you're breaking a heart or you're heartbroken. That's the way I see life.
Not right now, dude. Right now, I'm on 3 years since my last relationship where I was in love, and then I know she's
this is ability to stab him in the back and for him to open his arms and bring him back in. He never punch people However, he'll also be the first one when they start doing good things for him, because that's how politics is. He'll bring Tucker Carlson back into the world, just like he had Joe Rogan in the White House today. It was just a couple weeks ago. Joe Rogan had Leo Vaughn on there. Theo Vaughn on, and they were cracking jokes negatively about Donald Trump. So, it's something, there is a public face of these people and a private.
I would just really again encourage you, never ever, ever, ever say any physical violence or death threats, and don't ever do it on the internet. You will be recorded. You're 100% recorded. 100% recorded every single time. And that goes for Brad too. And when he said, when I was witnessing and observing and receiving his anger and hate and extreme rhetoric,
right?
I don't know, but see, that's where I don't care, because I just record and I file and I let it go. I got a picture of the Buddha above my toilet that I painted. It's a beautiful painting. I spent a lot of time and I spent money framing it. I got a really nice frame. And guess what it says underneath the Buddha? Let it go. And if you think about successful people, you know what they're actually successful at?
Letting shit go.
Yes, and letting it go with swiftness. That's why these Swifties are so hot, because they're swifty. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's mad. This is magic, but it deals with your thoughts, and that's why, again, you're gonna get baited. Do not do it, my friend. Get a burner phone and just record it, but don't participate in the emotional exchange. It's not good for you.
I appreciate it. No, I agree. I agree. It doesn't feel good. I was even saying to myself how bad it feels. It's like, I'll leave this app if that's what it means, but it's addictive. Dude. I'm like dopamine addicted. Dude. Sometimes I want to, because
because I know this app is not good for me, and I'm dopamine addicted though. But like, dude, I just want to come on here, have some debates. I just feel like, you know, when I was a kid, those times when you never defended yourself, you ever been there? Like, you had somebody as a kid do something to you, and you were too afraid to do something because you were a kid, you know. And you know, like, and then you go on feeling. That's happened to me a couple times where times I was too afraid to defend myself, and so I went away. Not only did that guy win, you know, like I guess emotionally because he was able to punk me out because I didn't defend myself, but I also went away feeling inadequate. You know, like God, like I vowed to myself, and it caused me issues because you got to pick, you know, because I've learned, you know, it's hard to not pick your battles when you're like, you feel like you got to fight every one of them. But ever since then, I'll never fucking not defend myself, you know, and so yeah, I mean, so I've had to physically defend myself, like I'll never allow that stuff. But even on the internet, dude, if someone matches energy with me, I feel like I have to match their energy, and I hate it. It hurts, dude, because I'm not that type of person. Like, you know, when Brad comes on here talking about raping my family and killing me and calling me retarded and incest and screaming, he wants to win a screaming match. He's 52 years old, and his idea of winning is who could scream the loudest. This dude's like mentally ill, obviously. He gets off on this shit, bro. And I always like know that, but I stoop to his level, and then I go worse than him. You know, like I fucking, you know, threaten to kill him too and shit, and get evil about it, dude. I hate it. It hurts, dude. It hurts me to my core. So like, you know, I fucking hate talking to that son of a bitch because I'm not strong enough as a person not to stoop to that level when he comes at me that way. You know what I'm saying, John? I'm just not strong enough, dude. I'm working on it. But yeah, it's weird. It sucks, man.
See, part of magic is rooting out dark character traits. And unfortunately, I hate to break the bad news to you, Dr. Mountain, but you still have not yet read the Emerald Tablets. Because when you realize... Have you ever seen that movie, Roger Rabbit?
No.
Basically, there's Toon World, and like there's a cartoon reality. And like, you're still living in the cartoon reality with Brad. And when you step outside and you realize, oh my God, I'm a man, and Brad is actually a cartoon, you will come to the realization and the enlightenment that you're being fooled. And surveillance capital and getting you to say homicidal things on the internet is intentional. And you're being intentionally manipulated. And that's why I say if you take a step back and you try to become a man again, and you realize Brad is a cartoon, like a literal theatrical cartoon, a performer, you will realize you're being manipulated. And that when you film them trying to manipulate you, and you reverse the surveillance capital and put them on YouTube and notify Kash Patel and the Houston Police Department, like I have, you will have filed it, categorized it, and then you will see the booth above your toilet as you take your third shit in the morning from the huge delicious dinner you had the night before of ribs and chicken. You will say, let it go. Let it go. And just put it on YouTube, Mountain. And just let the audience decide and judge people's behaviors and speech. But don't participate because you're being recorded. It's all surveillance capital. This is the new economy. Hello?
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
S is for saving hundreds of Liberty Mutual.
For sure.
You've got us.
I'm trying to be this fucking app. You know, what I try to do, literally, to make, I've tried to get banned off this app, because I can't do it myself. I've tried to get banned off this fucker, and that they really.
Well, what? Don't you remember what I told you before? Just start reading books, and you agreed with me. You read, and you're like, dude, this is actually making me feel better psychologically. You agreed and confirmed my experiment worked.
Yeah, I don't know. You know.
Do you know what the first?
That's why I need to get out and just start building some boats.
No, this is no. You listen. I'm telling you, the more you do, the more you think, the further from the truth you're going to get. If you work on a boat, you're going to lose a huge opportunity cost.
Of what?
Doing nothing.
What? It's getting on the water. It's good for your brain.
You don't understand philosophy, and you've never even read the Dhammapada. You don't read anything. I got to tell you, the fact that you get into emotional arguments with people shows that you're low IQ. It's true.
So funny,
it's true. High IQ people don't get into heated arguments because they actually have knowledge and information that tells them not to do that, and you don't know that. That's because you don't read anything. You're not reading anything. I'm trying to tell you. I'm about to tell you about the Dhammapada by the Buddha. The first chapter talks about how words create our reality. And that's why when you read the book, you felt better. And that's why when you scream at Brad homicidal death threats, you feel like shit.
Yeah, I do.
And a good Christian doesn't do that. A good Christian will just read the scripture and not engage in that communication. You're doing a communication choice.
He's not a Christian. That's why he loves beating me into that shit.
No, you personally. Who cares about other people?
I know. I'm not. I mean, I know I am. But I know I'm not a perfect Christian.
No, I'm just saying it's a communication technology. And you have to choose higher level communication. Again, you're fucking yourself over, my friend. You are. You're in the long run. You're opportunity costing yourself. Bro. I mean, I would let you go if I was a fisherman and I caught you. I would just toss you right back in. Like, I'm serious. Like you're a manager's worst nightmare.
Why?
Because look, I was going to tell you this story. One time, a senior manager told me, a supervisor, to terminate Tyrone. You know, because Tyrone was just looking at his cell phone, and Tyrone he wasn't practicing any of the proper procedure, none of the safety, and he was causing major problems. And so they told me to terminate Tyrone. And guess what I did for Tyrone? I said, Tyrone, I need to talk to you. Come into the office over here. And I said, you know, they've asked me to terminate you, and these are the reasons why, but I think I can help you save your job. Do you want to save your job? And he's like, yeah, I gotta have this job. So for like an hour, we rehearsed, you know, his apology to the supervisor. And he could repeat the apology word by word perfectly after the hour of, I put him on the stage. I was like, you're going to have to, you know, perform this. So we get to her office, and I say, Michelle, Tyrone here wants to say something to you before he's terminated. I apologize for the intrusion in your office. Tyrone, and she goes, what do you want to say? And he goes, why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch?
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Did he really?
You didn't think I felt like an asshole for I wasted an hour of my time. An hour of my time. Jane, welcome to the room.
Did he really?
And what I'm telling you is listen, now that you know me, don't be Tyrone, bro. Jane, welcome.
Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos.
Tell me the truth. Did he really say that?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm not making that story up. I couldn't believe my ears. Little backstabber. Fucking backstab me. Tyrone.
I am not that way, bro. I mean, in real life, holy fuck, that's crazy. Was Tyrone the type that doesn't change his smoke detector batteries?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm running as a libertarian now. I hate the Cook County Republicans, and I got a lot of press because this girl said, before I can go on a date with you, I need to know your political leanings. And I said, I hate the Cook County Republicans. She says, that's all I needed to know. I'll see you Friday. Back in business, baby!
She could have asked a few additional questions.
John, you were so fucking funny, buddy. That is a funny ass fucking story. Holy shit.
It really happened, and I was just in total shock. I held my head down, and I walked out of the office with him, and I walked him to the front door of the place, and I said, "Trust me, you don't have to worry about this. Your way, the next job is going to be better than this. I promise you, when one door closes, another door opens. I know for a fact things are going to be good for you. You don't need this fucking job. God bless you." And he was like, "Fuck you, motherfucker."
Damn. Well, there we go. Well, there we go. You're lucky you didn't come back and just beat you guys with a chair, because I've heard of them doing that. That's a wild, man. Yeah. No, I'm not like that. That's crazy. So.
I know, but professionally, personally, legally, using this app or using the internet to make death threats is 100% illegal. You can be arrested if an attorney general, state attorney, city attorney, anybody wants to actually prosecute you, they can. And so if I were to hire an attorney in Houston based off of audio records of Brad making death threats, he could be arrested and charged and even sued. Intelligent and protect your family's reputation and yours, and do not continue the death spiral nebula of arguing with people on your cell phone. If you're
to protect myself, I have recorded, because I recorded it. I mean, he threatened to beat my grandfather to death and stuff, threatened to come kill me and shit. What the fuck else did he say? Oh yeah, and then this is a crime in Texas. He was telling me to go put a pistol on myself, which is a felony in Texas, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not the first person. He was literally trying Doc. You know who Doc is, dude?
Yeah.
Doc is vulnerable. Doc's a good dude. And I like Doc a lot. He was trying to tell him to go kill himself, dude. Like,
yeah.
That's why that was my biggest issue with Brad in the first place. And that's like a serious thing. And Doc is a veteran. And for Brad to be a veteran, you being a veteran, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of veterans who commit suicide. We have an epidemic of.
Yeah, I get it. I know. I'm just telling you, they're both highly argumentative people, and I'm telling you personally, don't be like them, my friend.
I know.
Don't be like them.
I'm trying to be. I'm not like that, but yes, I'm trying to talk to Brad. But him, I have him recorded saying all this shit because I got to protect myself from the guy.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But I would say even post it. Don't be afraid to even just file it and let it go. Because if you want to use this app and you're providing people with valuable analysis, you're bringing statistics and figures and data, and that's actually the conversations we need to have. These types of death threat conversations are psychotic. They're neurotic. You could say schizophrenic and crazy and totally illegal, and don't participate in it. You've got to be the solution.
I try every time if Brad's in the room. I'm like, we're supposed to be on the same side. And I'm like fighting for Mega. And he shits on me, dude. He attacks me. It's just crazy. I'm like, bro, we're on the same side here. And he stops the room. I'm trying to have a real conversation. And he fucking stops. Oh, here comes this idiot, who fucks his sister. It's like, bro, I'm trying to bring value to this fucking app. He has been on this app for so long. He gets mad if other people bring value to the app. He gets mad if he's not the only one. He gatekeeps for the white people. He wants, it's weird. He wants the black people to himself. He gets mad if you try to come in any room and he's in there and try to drop politics. It's like, bro, we're on the same fucking side. What's your deal? Both of you on the same side. But
Okay, so again, let me.
How are we going to have a cause if we're attacking each other?
Again, I'm just trying to give you some personal advice that you need to look at this as a courtroom, okay? And the moderators are the judges. Now, if you're being literally attacked like that, you need to inform the judges that you will be recording. And if they kick you from the room, then so be it. But Mountain, I'm telling you, look at this as a courtroom and deal with it that way. Because if you don't, and you come here and you make any verbal death threats, you can and will be held accountable for your words. And that's why I said you need to read more, because when you read the Dhammapada or you read legal code, state law, federal law, you'll realize that you're not in compliance. I am complete. So as you can tell, we are live on YouTube. This is a 3-hour, 45-minute podcast so far. We are also in the President Trump house. And Mountain was bringing up the MAGA, defenders. And personally, we could go back to Brett, and I'll just say that I was shocked when I was attacked by him. But not really in hindsight anymore, because I have filed it and let it go. But he most definitely is like a suburban street mom, Democrat, liberal warrior, protector, knight in shining armor. And that's cool. Let him do his thing. Everybody's entitled to get laid every once in a while. And whatever your strategy is to get laid, if you want to be a woke Democrat, getter, that's cool. That's you. You do your thing. But some of us stick to the philosophy of intelligence and love and law. The law is the big one. If you're in violation of the law by coming on the internet and making hate speech, homicidal, and otherwise threats, you're in violation of what we call Chapter LAW, USC Code 74.0139G5624D, and an Illinois or federal or Texas state code, 42.65059. It's their Mountain. I've Googled and done the legal research because I have prosecuted legally, and I have notified law enforcement of Brad Stauffenberger. So, in conclusion, once you file your complaint, you are now authorized to let it go.
Fucking go. Let that fucking shit go. Yeah.
Okay, so Mountain, I want to share with you one of the most important magical experiments I've ever conducted at a bar with a beautiful woman. Are you ready to receive my $1 million course in getting laid?
Yes.
Okay, before I tell you the magic trick, you have to click the YouTube link above and subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's the cost of admission to the Magic Palace. Okay, this is step number 1. Okay, this is step number 1. Can you turn your volume down? Okay, this is step number 1. You walk up to a girl and you say to her, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" Repeat step number 1 to me, Dr. Mountain.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Correct. Then you say, "Can I buy you a shot of tequila, vodka, rum, or whiskey?" Repeat step number 2 to me.
Can I buy you a shot, tequila, rum, or whiskey?
Step number 3 is you ask the bartender for a lime. Step number 3.
Can I get a lime?
Okay, this is step number 4. Then you say, "Give me your right palm." And the girl puts out her palm and you hands. And you take that lime and you squeeze it in her palm. And then you begin massaging the palm with both of your hands.
I'm listening to an overlap review, like delayed 60 seconds. You're like delayed like 10 seconds behind. I'm watching your video live stream.
No, you're creating a loop. You've got to turn the YouTube audio off. Okay, the next step is as you're massaging the lemon juice into her palm, you say, there are 4 lines: the health, your wealth, your love, and your destiny. Which one do you want to know about? Health, wealth, love, or destiny as you're massaging that palm.
Okay.
And then whatever she asks you, just remember that anything you tell her is a hypnosis. If she wants to know about love, tell her about her wealth. Tell her about her destiny. If she wants to know about her destiny, tell her about love. Tell her about wealth. Tell her about health. So whatever you say is your hypnosis there. But the key is you have now broken the barrier with the juices of the earth. And as you massage that palm, the brain begins producing a sexual oxytocin waterfall. And now, this is when you go full MAGA. And you grab her by the pussy.
Maybe it might get me arrested.
Get me arrested. Getting kind of hungry. Mountain Man, what do you think about my theory of you just recording, posting, doxing, legalizing, letting go? Because if you don't do that, in my opinion, you're just going to repeat yourself like a broken record. I'll be Tyrone, Good time road.
I really don't like any of this shit, dude. I don't, like I said, I don't stoop to this level. I mean, ever usually on Colin's Brad, because he's able to trigger me by mentioning my sister or mentioning my daughter. So, like, and I shouldn't even be, rude to this. It's just, he's the only one. He's the only one I know, dude, that consistently mentions my family, mentions my original family, mentions anything like that. Like I said, when he mentioned anything with my daughter, that was the final straw. That's when I
Got it, Mountain. But what do you got to try to remember the things that I'm telling you, which is make the clubhouse room into a courtroom, appeal to the moderators as if they're the judges, and inform. But the thing is, you have to keep it. You have to keep it legal, and by the law, you've got to try to be an attorney about this.
No, I know, man, but you know what happens is I start screaming all over. Like, I've tried to appeal to Nathan. Nathan has kicked him a couple of times.
One during your winter glam, and one during your summer glow. One during your winter summer, and one during your summer shine. You must be mentioning negative to receive yes to your
Hypocrisy. People aren't even really outraged. What he does, man, the first time I got on this app, the first day, I come in and chill.
Mountain, please, man. I don't really want to experience that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man. I'm telling you, I have enough legal experience in my life to know that you absolutely are going about this the wrong way, and you need to look at this from a legal perspective. A lawyer, you got to be your. And I'm just telling you, as another fellow American, you've got to be an attorney and a lawyer, even though you are not an attorney and a lawyer. And Brad is most definitely not in compliance. You need to try to never, ever slip out of compliance. Do not ever tell him, unless you are suicidal or stupid, you will never, ever use this app to ever communicate threats of violence, because you can and will be held liable in a court of law. 100%. It's coming. That type of enforcement is coming. And do not be behind the curve, my friend.
Anybody knows? Some places in the world they called it Lechia. Does anybody knows about it?
Lechia is from Romania.
Lechia. Lechia.
What?
Moderators, this is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. This is Alistair. Thank you, Al. This is Al. Put me in the queue. Thank you, moderators.
What's your contribution to the register? That's great. You want a cookie for being involved? Like, what's your point? What's your contribution to content and the topic of the room?
Nobody wants a cookie, Monica. Moderators, I'm asking to be put in the queue and to be acknowledged that I have requested to be put in the queue.
What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Like, we give a fuck. What the hell?
So, sorry.
He was asked he was from.
Okay, so people talk
You should have said from Poland instead of
from
I'm so obsessed.
Okay, so I could not hear his response to Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're going to go back to Zari. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
Just checking, because somebody just muted me, but never mind. I think I hold the stages, many stages before here on Clubhouse.
Oh, the hostage? Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Terrible. Sorry.
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and not forgotten. There are other people on this stage. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
Good morning, Lima. Good afternoon, Lima.
I'll get you gastric bypass surgery, Monica. If you want to put me in a straitjacket, I'd be happy to get you gastric bypass surgery. Or you could just stop going to Pizza Hut 3 days a week, or Subway, or Chipotle every day. It's up to you, Monica. You've got to be your own advocate.
Hold on now. Look, I noticed that the man left the room and everyone got out of control. I'm about to leave again. I just came to finish the bet. I didn't want to walk out. Hey, check, I got a phone call. I really didn't. But I'll come back to finish the bet. And then I'll let y'all go. I'll let y'all go to town because I won't be here to listen to it. But here's the friendly bet, okay? Okay, depending upon the specific name of it, is U.S. Supreme Court about the rule on race-based house districts.
Yeah, no, I mean the southeast, the one that I think was down, yeah.
Okay, it's called. Here's what it is. I just want to get the right one. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis. Callais. Could be Callis. Which directly addresses whether states can intentionally create additional majority black districts. Okay. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which they're talking about overturning. Here's the bet. Friendly bet. $1,000 if they go to my favor in the sense of what we've chosen. Because, that they do overturn. And they strike that from Rule 2. Then I'll donate $1,000 to Catholic to the Catholic Church. And if Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, it does not get overturned. Then you would donate $1,000 to the Catholic Church or Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities.
I don't want to go to like a veterans organization or something. No, right now I'm making the call and I'm salty with the Catholic.
I know, and I'm trying to bring you back in, like a good Catholic.
Okay, we'll shake hands or not. But I'll do it and then I'll send you a screenshot of doing it. I'll just one of my hands.
This is so fascinating. This is Alistair. I'd like to just join the discussion and be put in the queue. I know Achik loves to talk for hours on this app, but I'd like not to be forgotten. I will be succinct. I'd like to speak. Put me in the queue. Thank you.
Alright, cool. Y'all have at it now. Peace.
Joe, have a great time. I heard her have a coat. Hey, God!
Hey everybody, this is Alistair, and I'd like to be put back in the queue. I'd like to request 60 seconds of mic time. Thank you.
Everybody gets to go for hours.
Are you oppressing Alex Beaver?
That's just so cringe. That's a problem.
No, Beamer is saying that I gotta be at the back of the bus now. I gotta be at the back of the line because tried to reserve some time, and she's disrespectful moderator. That's the truth. I'm complete. I was succinct.
I'm sending you to the nursery. Oh, no. You cannot.
Oh, I thought you meant infant.
All right, moderators, I will request again 60 seconds of your precious time that you think is so valuable. I'm requesting 60 seconds, please.
Yes, and your request will be accepted. Possibly has been.
I hate to interrupt, but I'm just trying to be polite. I'm requesting 60 seconds of your precious time.
Please let the microphone, please.
Alistair, it's
So,
cringe
what do you
as fuck. We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know.
Well, I too am trying to have a conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sake, Patrick, I spend 6 hours a day talking on this app, and I can't say 60 seconds of words? For God's sake, Patrick, stop saying cringe, horrible, and terrible. Try to learn some new English words, Patrick. Maybe you could ask Monica to teach you a new English word every single day.
I hold you hostage. I will accept 20 seconds. No less. 20 seconds. Okay, Alistair. Of the Begonia song.
Now, you don't get to request what I say. I'm requesting 60 seconds to speak to you from my inner depths of sincerity, and what you're doing is very insincere and not genuine, and I will be succinct, and I will be complete.
No.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it to count 3.
Look into gastric bypass surgery.
I'm gonna show everybody my abs in a reverse downward dog.
I'm gonna pick cookies and wipe it on my shirt.
I'm gonna talk to friends in a replay and not delete the replay so there's stress on Thanksgiving.
I do not understand
People who don't know Clubhouse lore should remain on mute while people started with their grievances against Don Kitover.
You and actually just control the world and kind of take over the world. Okay, headset, go.
I said, man, I got clipped.
You ruined it.
No, I'm just saying, I got clipped. Man, I didn't even say anything. I said, I left mother for 5 days to spend time with my mother. I logged back in on Clubhouse, and I was fucking clipped. I didn't even talk for 5 days. I'm like, look,
You were supposed to sing when you said that, bro. You were supposed to sing. You fucked it up. That's what she's saying. You fucked it up.
You killed me.
Chuck, I'm just wondering, you talk so much on this app. Do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of your mouth or something? Like maybe you need to moisturize more, take a shower, do something other than talking to you for 8 hours a day. I mean, are you trying to do anything productive? I know your leg is injured. Maybe you should try to moisturize, because I think you probably got flaky skins, in my opinion. I think you need to make sure your personal hygiene's in check before you decide to talk for 8 hours and say horrible, terrible, and cringe over and over and over again.
Sounds like that.
I just checked. He on 4 lives. We
Yeah, before I read you the Begonia song, I'd like to sing you a new song. It's a new hit called Gastric Bypass Surgery. It goes a little something like this.
Gastric bypass surgery. Gastric bypass surgery. Begonia song or gastric bypass surgery.
Would there be a Ozempic for someone to take, or a version of Ozempic for someone to take to
Ozempic is for thee.
experiment on John Taylor first? Sorry, no one else is complaining about my so they actually can hear me. You should try it. You should try it.
John, can we get a couple seconds? Can we get a couple seconds? Seconds of the Begonia song or nothing.
King's here. What's up, everyone?
What's going on?
Your date was remarkable.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
I guess the Pope maybe he had to clarify. He felt cornered and sad, so he said, I did not.
Sorry, like a demon.
I did not direct the tired speak to Trump. He said he did that.
I don't forget.
Wait, we're gonna hold on. We're gonna listen to what he has to say real quick. I hope everybody can hear this. It's slightly different, but this is Trump, not Trump, Pope's response a day ago. Hold on. Did you hear what I just said?
Moderator, you're playing the video for us. You're lucky I don't have the mod as you be in the group.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please read it, sir. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on the Pope.
Narrative that has not been accurate in all certain narrative that has not been accurate in all aspects. When on the first day of the trip, President of the United States made some comments about myself. Much of what has been written since then has been more commentary on commentary, trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example, the talk that I gave at the Prayer Meeting for Peace a couple of days ago was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to hate again the president, which is not my interest at all.
There we go. From the Pope's mouth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
You guys hear that?
And he's from Chicago. So
That's the first time they.
You know who else is from Chicago? I'm from Chicago.
he's like he was president, is he?
Oh. Wait a second. Hold on. What is this about Iran fully closed?
Wait.
Yeah, so they violated the terms of conditions. So who is supposed to help in? Hello, who's talking and interrupting? Okay. Love you, Peter, but
I read the news article. Maybe somebody should read something and repeat what they read. The Iranians used a machine gun. They attacked a passenger ship. They attacked a storage ship. And now they will pay the price. Their navy was not completely obliterated, but we will obliterate it completely now. Thank you, Iran. You've restarted the war.
you're annoying. It would be nice if you could participate and get clear explanation for the total. I need to understand why, because I don't think that are close to the string. Wait, one second. Like, hold on. Okay, and that's so I feel like it says it removed some banner, so I didn't. And like, I what is a banner? Okay, so I'm gonna be on and you said voice. You want to read it? It's from White Barge. Okay, let's see. Thank you, ma'am. Let's see what's going on here. Hopefully we're hearing a timeline and a clear understanding of how the breakdown was. Okay. President Donald said that the United States will not be blackmailed after the Iranian military once again put the strait was to be closed and allegedly fired on vessels on Saturday. So, they can't blackmail us, Trump said. That many international shipping firms have rerouted their traffic to purchase energy from the United States in the Gulf of America rather than the Persian Gulf. The president added that more information about the state of negotiations with Iran would be released later on Saturday. Separately on Saturday, Iran's deputy foreign minister, Saeed said that there was no date set for further peace negotiation and that both sides must agree to a framework before sitting down again. Hold on. There was speakers of the parts of Trump said that while his administration is having heard the Islamic was trying to act a little cute. It's like these moments that I totally fall in love with Trump. Like, I can just imagine. He said that the Islamic Supreme was trying to act a little cute, I hope, okay? By attempting to close down the strait was just hours after agreeing to open the critical waterway. See, timelines are as clear. We hope that as soon as we can have that we can move on to the next step, he said in the silence. A spokesman for the Iranian military announced that said that Iran would not allow safe passage for the vessels. Beginning of the breakdown. The blockade has the potential to seriously wound the Iranian economy, related to the country may be forced to permanently shut down some oil wells because
appreciated that. So, Iran claims, let's see, Breitbart, Iran claims to have shut down their share of Iran over U.S. illegal blockade. So it sounds like there was, what I'm understanding is that there was some sort of U.S. blockade. So we ought to say, until Israel there are not
I know, I think the most recent, another reason.
Yeah, the blockade's been there for like almost a week, and then Iran announced yesterday that they would open it. Trump never said he was going to remove the blockade. He just said we're going to open the strait, and then Iran said, "Hey, we lost our level. Okay, you know what? We're going to close the strait." Well, okay, it doesn't matter. The blockade is still there. So what Trump is saying is, a week ago said, "Hey," or what, 5 days ago, whatever, said, "All right, any ship comes in, we're blocking it." And then they said, "Okay, we're opening it." Trump never said, "I'm removing the blockade." So it's open. It just said, announced it's open, meaning they're not going to act on anyone going in doing anything. Is it now just closed? Well, yeah, sure, but Trump still has to allow the ship to go. So that's so it's like anybody just it's important enough.
That's right. So,
Iran agreed to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its enriched uranium from its nuclear sites at Kitover or Fordo in Natanz. The president said that he believed a deal with Iran could be completed in the next day or two, saying that the Iranians want to meet, they want to make a deal, and he could get a deal
Moderators, this is Alistair. I'd like to be put back in the queue. I believe this is an open discussion, not completely focused on Iran. Thank you. Asking to be put in the queue.
would only have around 2 weeks before having to start permanently shutting down because it would be running out of space to store the raw fuels. Once the tanks are filled, Iran would have to shut down its oil fields, which risk long-term damage to your coast. Okay. In addition to refusing to lift the blockade, the U.S. administration also rejected the notion of unfreezing billions seized Iranian funds in exchange for its uranium and said that there would be no time frame in which Iran would start its nuclear program under any deal with Washington.
Do you really believe that once, let's say, hypothetically, if the war with Iran fails, is Israel not gonna attack another country? I think, personally, I have nothing to Israel, I like America, but nothing to America, so I do believe over there. I think because they were in the war and the conflict for over thousands of years, they need to have a conflict with somebody, and they will find it. They will find the conflict. Or if it's gonna be Turkey,
underneath Saddam. And they haven't had a war with Egypt almost 50 years. They signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They haven't had a war with Jordan since 1996. Every single country, every single country that signed a peace treaty with Israel, they've had no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism. You have Hezbollah terrorism in the north of Israel, and they're attacking Israel. If these motherfuckers go from all countries attacking Israel, they're defending themselves. That's what they're talking about. Like, you really think Israel is the problem here? Israel doesn't, Iran attacked more countries than Israel ever did in their entire history.
Where are you from?
Sorry to hear that.
I have a question. What made you think that this was more
less of a misunderstanding than something else. It's like, why? Because it seems to me that they that it was like a bait and switch. That wasn't.
So if you look at all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump and also from the IRGC, but nowhere in those reports did it say the blockade from the U.S. stopped, right? So they said the strait is open, right? And then they kept going, and actually the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and some ships went in and came out with the blockade saying, like, the U.S. just stayed, right? Maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as we said it's open, they're going to remove the blockade, and we'll still have control, meaning they could shoot down some of the ships if they wanted to, or do whatever they wanted to do. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, and we're going to actually have more like support over there until this gets resolved. So then they suddenly said that, the strait is closed. It doesn't matter if they say it's open or closed, because there's a blockade there. So it's the U.S. that's controlling who goes in and out, and that's it. And that's what was.
I tell you something.
Still squeezing. Okay, sorry, you talk.
I tell you something.
Yeah, that was annoying. That was annoying.
Is anybody from the crypto market being Iranian because they said that they will be trading oil.
Okay, so. Because he'll talk.
So ICK. So they thought they must have assumed that the U.S. was just going to back off, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily like. I mean, I don't know. I would think that if they were genuine,
She's talking to us.
Well, yeah, they're controlling because they were attacked. I
So the point that I'm trying to get across here, that I was explaining to you, is that what happened is they had a discussion, they did everything, they assumed, I've been saying it's open and closed. So about 5 days ago, when that blockade started, the United States, oh my God, okay, they didn't take action on it. I mean, it's ridiculous. And this guy thinks he knows everything. You want to tell us the entire world politics, bro? You know everything.
No, don't get in the light again.
I mean, it's ridiculous. So somebody get him removed down for a few minutes until he comes back. So, all right. So anyway, Dima, you still there? Still with me? Yeah. Okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago, when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the strait was open, right? But they control who goes in and goes out. So they said we're in control. Trump did the blockade. Now he's like, hey, we're in control. Oh, by the way, this shit get stuff in are coming. And so it's like, oh shit, okay.
forth. So it could be just hyperbole, it could be whatever. We'll see what happens. But U.S. blockade is still there.
And it's blocked in China. That's the big.
And it's blocking Iran. It's blocking materials and stuff.
Yes, and blocking, Iran and China, their deals, and I'm sure those are big money, big billion-dollar deals. And I see the U.S. is definitely playing chess, basically saying, "Open it up," right? That's so funny. Open it up, but we're gonna.
So I'm gonna pull my inner Jarl out for a second, okay, Joseph? So you can like this, but why? One point is that you would think that the U.S. would have been smart enough to do this before, when they're doing their military exercises. They did. Why didn't they do this from the start? They let Iran sell a lot of oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the shit. It's almost like they underestimated Iran, which shows bad things. I'm just being honest. Like this blockade should have happened first, and then they go in and bomb the shit out of it. Well, listen, surrender, and that's it. Like you're basically gone, and this could have been done much sooner.
Well, there's only the eternal now, and the now is all important. And I hate to interrupt Acek, who's on here 10 hours a day talking and has a party hat. I'm sorry, party hats will have to wait. And people.
Enough. Stop talking. I want the United States to let this whole world out with Hezbollah, because Hezbollah doesn't so long. Israel, and every time it's like Emirates.
Because there's only goddamn letters. NMIWG2 SLGBQQIA plus. That's Asia. Website. This stands for. It has something to do with missing. I said for missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual. And the plus sign stands for any other gender that identity is not listed. And so, folks in Canada have been weighing in on this because it comes from this woman who is some sort of political activist. She's a Canadian MP.
Ooh. Those are true. set on the duck tablets. Never go for our world. Never go for our world. Never go for our world. Go for our word. Go for our It caught me picking my nose. Bothergate number 3.
Correct. How about if I don't? But that's what they're. Well, then why don't both of us go on mute and listen to what they have to say? Yeah, absolutely.
I think a really good example is like diagnostic criteria in healthcare, right? For many years, there were assumptions about people with learners, their pain tolerances. There was a lack of more thorough diagnostics for specific things like diabetes or heart disease, where they experienced that more simply, because of their cultural background and everything like that. And so it took many years for them to develop not a separate, but a culturally sensitive, ethnically sensitive diagnostic criteria. So comes in, right, and they're a person of Black American descent, that's one, African descent, that's another. They start having these evidence-based sort of diagnostic routines apply, and they don't just apply what works for white people, but everybody. It used to be how it was.
You're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, hospitals treated white women better than black women.
get the nuanced differences into the practice until much later. And so for many years, you had worse health outcomes for people of color because they weren't receiving the types of care that they needed and the types of diagnostics that they needed at a higher rate because of certain things, and they were being misdiagnosed or having symptoms ignored because it wasn't something that.
It was racist! It was racism, everybody! Racism is the key word that they're not using yet, but racism is the word they're about to use. Racist!
Yes, like we were discussing this a couple of days back, right? So they've thoroughly covered, the history of, the system in America. It's trying to prove most they don't all get sued, but a lot of it is kind of like, in these specific examples, we can all agree, right? Because there's actually empirical data, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to things like implicit bias, for example, you actually have to prove that it affects outcome, and you can't because it's not reproducible, right? So that to me does not stand. And you have culture, but it is definitely
I think implicit bias is generally a loss because to me that's just like people have different cultures. Okay, people have different cultures. They interpret things through a certain cultural lens. That's really all it is. So yeah, and it is odd because I didn't do that implicit bias sort of like screening. I did taken it a few times, but when it first came out, and I literally scored like new.
Did you say implicit bias?
Right, but that's because I studied anthropology, like I'm highly exposed to other.
What's implicit bias to an anthropologist?
That in me. So, and yeah, that's kind of what it comes. So I'm not like seeing things.
This conversation sounds woke. And they're like toning it down, saying we're not Republican conservatives, but we're woke. And this is very tangential to this trade versus the Holocaust conversation. Hello?
Yeah, it's a so yes. But getting back to it, I would say like being surprised, like what I don't understand, Cora, and I think this is at the core of like an liberal-minded, ethic is why is.
No, this is the progressive movement, Alex. You just don't know the principles yet of the progressive movement.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, why is it so important to cater to all these different aspects of everyone's, like maybe from an academic perspective, because it's literally no.
Cora, please let Alex at least finish his thought. Stop teaching progressive movement for a moment, please. Let Alex speak. Let Alex speak. Stop censoring Alex, Cora. You're being too progressive.
So anyway, this is where I brought up Dr. Ken Mason earlier. We're in a sort of transitional time where we need to identify.
There we go again with the trans.
Systemic sort of root causes of disparities based on race. However, in order to actually make progress, we need to stop racializing things and actually erase that sort of like construct. It's going to take a long time to do it.
No, reparations of black tax is part of the progressive movement.
So it's kind of and part of it is like a language thing. So if we can start to remove or assume racialization on everything within our language and look at it more from this is the American population. There's an overall American culture. There's an urban culture versus a rural culture. We recognize that. There's different regional cultures, all of these things. To analyze it through that lens. Because a lot of it is like, I think a lot of it, I live in a state where there's like a large, what they call urban divide. And I think a lot of those cultural differences really have to do with urbanity, rural culture, and and then you have the subcultures within that tend to cluster around maybe what that is. But if you really look at the comparison, it's still very similar regardless of race.
Yeah. I find it very interesting for because clearly, the American, academia is still highly influential, especially like the West, generally speaking. So it's quite interesting to see, especially at universities here in Europe, where like they are kind of adopting the language and also the kind of media systems that are perpetuated through American academia, right? So it becomes kind of a little bit wonky.
So how much further have we come in the progressive movement this afternoon with all you beautiful progressives that can't admit that you're just a bunch of taxologists and you want to restrict freedom of speech?
Tried and failed. Another one who bullshitted Clubhouse by trying to get a couple of $1,000s for campaign contributions, then is being looked at for campaign fraud, who has failed, and now here he is again. Does anybody give a shit?
Who are you, Uncle Steve? Who are you?
Nobody gives a shit.
Who? At least he tried. What are you?
I am very successful at what I do. What I do is on my file, and I am very well regarded in my industry.
Just because you're a porn star, that doesn't make you great.
I am very well regarded in my industry. No. You're not? Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
It's not good enough.
Well, I am a philosopher, and I actually am very highly regarded in my industry of philosophy. If you want to read a good poem, you can look at my PTR. I know people just like to talk while I talk all the time because I am maybe one of the world's most annoying people. And I hope to breed with an annoying woman and give birth to annoying children who will question authority and think for themselves. And guys like Steve and Cora, they are peas in a pod, meant for each other. Both very argumentative, very angry, low IQ. And if you had high IQ, you had high EQ, which you don't, Steve. Your show sucks. All you do is yell at people. It's pathetic. And you're not highly regarded. Your show sucks and your career sucks too. Oh, how's the lifestyle treating you, Uncle Steve?
There's also the magnitude of like the actual change that you make. So most people wouldn't regard me as being very successful, right? But I went from being generational poverty to running, a large nonprofit, right? In my lifetime. And, among my family members, I'm probably one of the most successful among the grandchildren, right? And I worked hard to do it, but, odds wise, within my family, it isn't a common thing, right? And it's also really hard to transition, right, socioeconomically, because not only are you out of place among the group that you're joining on a socioeconomic level, you get sort of like ostracized by the people that you left behind as well. So you lose all that family support. So yeah, it's really interesting.
Is it a lot of? I would say Cora is extremely successful. There was a claim made.
There was a claim made, but nobody heard it. Because Cora just kept talking. Thank you, Cora, for giving me that exit. So I don't want to hear it, Uncle Steve. Woo! Uncle Steve in your brain. Ah! That makes Uncle Steve. Stay out!
But I started from way behind and I made strides to get ahead. And if I started from where they started from and moved the same amount, I would probably be a millionaire. So
I'm definitely not successful. That's not how I judge success.
Right? Obviously, you can't fly, you can't grow wings. Like anything within your limit.
You know what? If you can do whatever you want, whenever you want to do it, then you're successful too, in my mind.
Steve, you're not successful. You don't understand the big picture message. You don't read books. You drink whiskey, smoke cigarettes, and your show sucks. You just scream at people all day long. It's pathetic. Caesar's a fraud and the progressive taxology schmuck, gay Democrat, biggie, although I keep bringing out fool. What's the matter? Your work is worthless. It's so low IQ. Your work is so low IQ. You can't even say your work is low IQ on Instagram.
Who modded Tim? You know what?
This is the Dawn Show. Don't fuck with Big Dawn. Hello? Chillism, the Eternal Brain Rot Sufferers Association.
That is not nice. You know, I can't.
I'll take the case that wasn't made for the record.
was good.
Maybe, I don't know.
But all I'm saying though is like at those places though, they pay ridiculously big, and all you have to do is stock up in the morning a bunch of bread and your dog.
My buddy did it for mission.
Yeah, you drive to like Burger King, go get Walmart. You get your own gas, you get your own.
Many years ago, and now he's because he works for the manager. You know.
Please, like, what the hell?
You got 2 million. I want to see what you do.
Yeah, like, but
So let's make this.
he's right. All you guys are just fucking out.
Rose of Whitney. Trying to be hold on, bitch. I was giving you.
But if you discuss this way, we can make a difference. And then I wish for a good deal. Discuss these things. South Sudan is like it's not our time now. It's like facing each other, with killing each other. It's like didn't make sense. What?
That shit.
things of that nature. And
Malam diktator botol. You mean give us some of that drink? Confusing yourself.
Nigga say you an egg, I crack.
I like your garbage. Tell me how much you need. How much you?
Just like this.
Very just like this.
One price, 26,000.
Why 26,000?
This is my number. Only number.
My only number is 50.
Just want only this $100,000 today. This sale. I'll give you a good price. What up? 26,000.
Okay, here.
If you want to know what you can have.
No, I don't want. That's it. You make it as barakat. Ask you this thing. This خلاص 26.
Oh, really?
خلاص يلا 26,000
I don't want to get 26,000. These are the 78,000.
26.
I'll tell you what now.
Give it a simple. Who's like me?
this problem. Talking about a future that can't like this girl. Got my two. Talking about a future that can't let me stop. Got my 2 feet on this thing. Reaching out.
fascinating.
John Kitover. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the number of
So the past couple of weeks, I want to know. I don't want to deal with people.
At the same time, why can't you guys just keep it to yourselves? Last person, why
I mean, you know, people go to Ren Fair or play, you know, live action role play, like they LARP and they feel real powerful. They do that too. Doesn't mean, of course, it's real.
This is the thing, you know, I ask myself this question, hold on, I ask myself this question all the time, and I really don't think that Hebrew Israelite is a standing chance within the next 100 years, because Mormonism, right, will definitely outlast Hebrew Israelism, because the Mormons are actually unified. They actually have monies, they invest within their communities. We don't see that. We don't see. You can say all the bad things about Mormonism. Oh, it's not true. This and that. There is something that is true, and it is their community, and their community is consistent. The community in Hebrew Israelite is very inconsistent.
It is $1 trillion portfolio. Salt Lake City, the Mormons have $1 trillion portfolio. Mitt Romney and all their church deacons, they're not going anywhere. And the Hebrew Israelites aren't going anywhere either. The Nation of Islam isn't going anywhere. All these black Islamic cults are essentially going nowhere. Whether they're, black Hebrew Israelites and they want to call themselves the originals, they're going nowhere. They're shining shoes and playing boomboxes. It's an art project. It's a very simple project.
Which means all these blacks not going nowhere.
There's another internet dude that like to do this shit online, but I guarantee that y'all complain about, y'all steal from us anyway, just like y'all steal everything else.
You see, it's that kind of attitude. Why you're going nowhere? You're going nowhere with that attitude. That attitude isn't truth. That attitude isn't love. That attitude is poop. You know what the poop emoji is? You know what the poop emoji is? That's a poop emoji. I'm sending you a poop emoji.
As a Christian, keeping it to yourself wouldn't be love, because if Christians really believe that hell exists, they wouldn't want other people to go to hell, so therefore it wouldn't be love.
I got a question for the atheists. Any atheists in this room?
Yes, we're mostly atheists. Yeah, I'm not atheist.
Okay. So the whole thing about atheists, they don't believe in any source whatsoever, like no creation. Do y'all believe in the Big Bang Theory? Oh, okay.
Yeah, much more nuanced.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse and transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000 square feet.
Oh, yeah. The school cost about $20 million, and he's dropped $10 million just renovating it. It has incredible bells and whistles, closed-circuit televisions, heated sidewalk out front, so it's no bells.
But only one man truly rules the Wall Street skies. Because the former school teacher turned billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, one private plane won't do. He's got a small fleet. A Gulfstream 4, a Cessna, and a Boeing 727 with, of course, an in-flight trading room.
He has a Boeing 727. I'm swimming out what you need as a commercial-sized airliner.
Believe us, it was in handy when we've got powerful friends to fly around. When Bill Clinton organized a week-long tour of Africa in 2002, Jeff gave him
got a little bit of a shoring problem going on. Well, he can't be down there. Are you gonna get him out? Short or what? Who's in charge today? Who's in charge today? How you doing? I'm in the state of Oregon, Oregon-Osha. Looks like you got a little bit of a shoring problem going on. Well, he can't be down there. We don't have the
It's kind of just embedded in.
So that's a verse where it says Simos.
No, you're actually right. It is. Even in Greek, they're basically transliterating the Latin. So it's a Greek transliteration of the Latin word Niger. So you're right about that. It is a Latin word. It's and the G is hard.
Can you tell us what it means? Can you know what the problem is though? Like, yeah, that's the verse where it's talking about Simon, right? Yeah, Simeon. Yeah. He was called Niger. So it was called nigger. My bad. He was called nigger. So why was he called nigger and the rest of them wasn't? Like he stands on my.
Yeah, because he was probably slightly darker than the others.
It's a problem. They're saying that all of them are black, bro. That's
Because they're saying the word of it.
Simeon was black. So it's just saying that one nigga was black, bro. That's him. It's just him. They call that motherfucker nigger.
Oh, can I place a pickup order for pickup? Number 2, have chicken. Plantains and potato. And dos beef empanada. That's todos. John? Okay, see you soon. Thanks. Okay, bye. See you later. See you soon. Número 2.
X, Twitter, username change. We want to go to settings and privacy. I have to click here. And if I want to change this, for example, we just go okay. Here you can see we click option here. You can see on the bottom right corner. So to fix this issue, I'm going to show you what you have to do. Okay, so just what you need to do it. So guys, what you need to do is that you just need to go to browser and then write X Twitter. Okay, you have to just write X Twitter, and here you can see on the top you'll find the website. Just click the icon on the bottom left. The website, just click on it, and then here you have to log in with your particular account to change the username. So here this type of interface will pop up. Just you need to click on this profile icon on the bottom left corner, and here you can see.
Hola.
pillar. Take a seated position. While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do a muscular exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert, but fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke. Look thou with favor upon me, who now stand before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. Imagine that there is a brilliant white light just above and touching the crown of your head. This bright sphere of light has the diameter of a small dinner plate or a salad plate. Visualize it in brilliant, scintillating, pure white light. See it. Imagine it. Picture this whirling sphere of light and vividly sense it as vibrating, revolving, radiating. As you imagine this ball of light, periodically vibrate or intone the Hebrew word erhege within this sphere of light. The vibration of this divine name will be found of great help to your concentration. Direct the vibrations of the name into this sphere of brilliant white light. Your mind may wander. If it does, gently lead it back to the contemplation of this center. Then vibrate the name again and again. Now imagine that from this brilliant white sphere, a radiant shaft of light is emitted, which descends through the skull and brain, stopping at here, a second sphere of light is formed. Again, this sphere is about the size of a small dinner plate or salad plate, and includes the throat and the lowest portion of the face. The larynx is the center of this radiating sphere. The divine name is Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. If your mind wanders, bring it back gently to the visualization of the center and vibrate the divine name again. Yehovah Elohim. Mentally direct the vibration of the name to the center itself, so that it feels as if the name vibrates within the sphere of scintillating white light. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Focusing and vibrating the God name helps keep your mind concentrated. Now see and feel the brilliant white shaft of light extend from the throat and go downward through the chest to form another sphere of brilliant white light resting on your diaphragm. Maintain the sharpest visualization. Sense it. Feel it. The actual result is unmistakable when you acquire it. It is a real physical sensation. Vibrate the name. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Again, visualize this sphere of light, encompassing the whole chest, resting on the solar plexus. If your mind should wander from the sphere of light, coax it gently back by vibrating the powerful divine name. The radiant shaft descends through the abdomen to the pelvic area, where another white ball of brilliant white light is to be visualized. The name to be vibrated in this center is Shaddai El Hai. Shaddai El Hai. Shaddai El Hai. Shaddai El Hai. Vibrate the divine name frequently to facilitate concentration. Shaddai El Hai. Shaddai El Hai. Shaddai El Hai. Visualize the shaft descending from the pelvic near to the ankles and feet, where you are once again grounded to the earth. Here, it forms another sphere of pure, scintillating white light. Formulate and visualize this brilliant, dazzling sphere of light. Vibrate the divine name Adonai Ha'aret. Adonai Ha'aret. Adonai blood is gradually awakened by fixed and steady concentration and by repeated vibrations of the divine name. Adonai Hara. Adonai Hara.
He did it again. Springfield politicians laid down policy. Unless Springfield fixes this mistake, your debit or credit card may not work to pay tips for sales tax starting July 1st. It's a new state law. Tell Springfield, stop.
See, and sense the shaft of silvery light scattered with these five incomparably brilliant centers of light, stretching from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet. This is the little pillar.
This afternoon, Iran's Revolutionary Guard reaffirmed that the strait is closed until the U.S. lifts its blockade of Iranian ports. They say approaching the strait.
Move your imagination back to the crown of the head, to the white seal of light, corresponding to Ketover on the tree of life. Now will and imagine that as you exhale, the light energy begins to stream down the left side of the body to the feet. And as you inhale, imagine this band of energy ascending the right side of the body, coming back to Ketover. Visualize the psycho-spiritual energy as a band of light radiation extending out some distance from the body. It moves down the left side as you exhale. Up the right as you inhale. Let this psychic circulation flow evenly to the rhythm of the breath. This is the advantage of having learned rhythmic breathing before. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, down the left. In a rhythm with the breathing. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, the energy flows down the left side. Inhale, the energy flows up the right. Exhale, the energy flows down the left. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Visualize the energy flow, now changing direction. As you exhale now, the energy moves down the front of the body, turning under the soles of the feet and ascending up the back as you inhale. As you exhale, the energy flows down in the front. Inhale, the energy flows up the back. Exhale, it flows down. Inhale, it flows up. Exhale, down the front. Inhale, up the back. Exhale. Inhale.
famous saying of St. Augustine.
Exhale.
When he was asked, what is time? He said, I know what it is, but when you ask me, I don't.
These circulations of light about the body develop an ovoid-shaped aura of swiftly circulating radiant psychospiritual energy which surrounds the whole body.
We think of time as a one-way motion from the past.
Return your attention now to the earth center in the feet and imagine the action of a fountain. Just as water is forcibly drawn up to a pipe until it jets out above, falling in a spray on all sides. So it is with this energy power. As you breathe in, the energy is sucked into your earth center from the ovoid aura, pulled upwards by the magnetic attraction of the spirit center above the head. Then vigorously it surges overhead with a marvelous fountain-like display with the exhalation.
But nowadays that word has become unfashionable and psychologists tend instead to use
Imagine the psycho-spiritual energy falling all about you within the confines of this ovoid aura. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar into the keta. Exhale, the fountain of energy surges forth to shower your body and spirit.
Because I don't say, well, excuse me, but I have to
Inhale,
or excuse me,
up the middle pillar.
my sexual urges.
Exhale, the surging energy sprays all about you. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar. Exhale, the energy surges forth. Inhale.
So the whole idea of being driven is connected with the idea of life
Exhale.
under the power of the
Inhale.
and that is so ingrained.
Exhale.
It's very different because I want to turn the thing round completely the other way and say that
meditate on and within the enclosing, vibrating light of the spirit.
Some cosmologists believe. Now when that bang happened, it was the present, wasn't it? And the universe began what we would call a noun. Then it goes on doing itself. And always, when any event that we now call past came into being in the present, outwards. That's one way to see it. But before we get further involved in this, I want to draw your attention to a fallacy in the very common sense idea of causality. That events are caused by previous events, from which they flow the result necessary.
Commit yourself to dwell in this aura of light which surrounds,
What do you mean by intent?
filled with spiritual and vital and healing qualities.
Now, when does that event begin? Does it occur when fruition, when the baby actually comes out of its mother? Or does the baby begin at the moment of conception? Or does the baby begin when it was a Hebrew gleam in its father's eye? Or does the baby begin when the spermatozoa are generated
in the father or the ovum in the mother? Or could you say a baby begins when its father is born or when its mother is born? All these things can be thought of as beginnings. But we decide, for purposes of legal registration, that a life begins at the moment of apparition. And that is a purely arbitrary decision. And it has validity only because we all agree upon it. Let me show you the same phenomenon in the dimension of space instead of the dimension of time.
Is my shepherd.
Let's ask, how big is the sun?
I shall not want.
Are we going to define the sun
He maketh me to lie down
as
in green pastures.
limited by the extent of its power?
He leadeth me.
That's
Thy
not possible.
still water.
He
restoreth my soul.
The sphere of the sun.
He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they come. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
And it ended in 1918. Now, actually, all those things which led up to the First World War started long before 1918. And the repercussions of that war have continued long beyond 1918. How are we to distinguish an event from its repercussions? So you will see that because we have divided events from one another in this arbitrary way, we do that, and then we sort of forget we did it. And then we have a puzzle. How do events lead to each other? Because you see, in reality, there are no separate events. Life moves along like water. And it's all connected. The source of the world is connected to the mouth of the ocean. And all the events or things going on are like letters on the screen. Because you go there today, and you see a whirlpool. You go there tomorrow, and you see a whirlpool. But it isn't the same whirlpool because all the water is changing every second. What is happening is not really what we should call a whirlpool, but rather a whirlpooling. It is an activity, not a thing. And indeed, every so-called thing can be called an event. We call, say, a house, housing. We call a man, matter.
You are now at one with the one life that passes throughout the whole universe.
And we would thereby have a world in which there were no things but only events. To give another illustration, a flame. Some would say there is a flame on the candle. But it would be more correct to say there is a flaming on the candle because the flame is the stream of gas. Say another amusing example. We say fist, and fist is a noun, and fist looks like a thing, but suddenly what happens to the fist when I open my hand? See, I was fisting, now I'm handing. Handing. So every kind of so-called thing can be spoken of as an event.
Close now, by withdrawing the fear of bringing light into yourself. Now take a deep breath.
It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if a flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of
betrayal, so you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. I'm the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong
I think
person,
that it is
because
important to remember,
flickering idea
to
like
remind
that
somebody that they potentially have a bad. If they want to sit there and say things about other people, then whose child is off limits at that point? Yeah, I mean, these are the same people that have no problem talking about other people's children. Other people's children. Your child's gonna grow up to be trans. Your child's gonna grow up to be gay. Your child is this and this and that. Like people have no problem talking about other people's kids. But because it's somebody that we like, then the rules suddenly become, selective. And that's why I feel like, with certain situations, Brad is able to hold his own. He does not need us coming to his defense. You see what I'm saying? And I never experienced that politics with Brad, but for some other people that come into this room and cry, like Keegan, you get what you get. If somebody's gonna talk about your wife getting a train on her, and the fact that your child is slow and maybe drooling on the floor, don't be surprised. You have plenty to say about everybody else.
Right. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, there are a lot of people who start a lot of shit and then credit comes back to them.
And I don't see what's wrong with saying that Keegan's child is slow. Being a slow child doesn't make you a bad person. People need to stop being so mean and spiteful and saying that just because you're calling somebody's child slow means you're calling them a bad person. You're not. Some people just have slow kids. Shit, some of the slow-ass parents are up on this app. So if I'm listening to a bunch of slow-ass people, isn't it more than likely than not that they're going to have some slow-ass kids at home? So I mean, what are we doing?
Oh my goodness.
But I will just say there are state and federal codes and laws which prohibit a lot of the violent death threats and homicidal statements that people are making on this app. Let's be honest.
Of course. Well, that's what I said. I mean, there's lots of people could file police reports instead of trying to. And that's it. I would in certain instances.
Two things can be true at the same time, Edie. Now, it's hard to defend you. I did not like it today. I still did it because it was the right thing to do. But I don't like defending you because you do provoke people. You do absolutely provoke people. I'm tired of the fake outrage of people going after you and calling you a Looney Tune, especially Pepe, when Pepe doesn't do very much different than you do. Like, I mean, if anything, I feel like Pepe takes it one step further. This is what, the third app that he's been on doing the same shit? This is the first time I run into Edmund.
Yeah, I don't know if you understand my comedy or my what you might call activity or activism, meaning that I am running a guard election service or a hidden camera show, and it's unfortunate that people like this exist. To me, I understand why people want to play the gladiator game, because I think a lot of people are personally depressed and they don't have much to live for anymore, and so they do. And in fact, today Mountain admitted to me that he tries to get kicked from the app by using egregious violent communication. And I told him that, from a legal perspective, you should treat these rooms like courtrooms. If you don't do that, you're low IQ. And if you come on this app and you get angry and scream, you're low IQ. Because high IQ people don't do that. That's my opinion. I am complete.
What he did, absolutely, he would have a knock on his door and probably be put in handcuffs. I mean, you know, I mean, it's just, I don't think people, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Who wants to go through that type of headache?
Right.
And especially if you're married, you're having to explain to your spouse that, you know, people are knocking at your door over some stupid shit that you said on the internet. And depending on what you said, now you're going to have to spend money to defend yourself because of some stupid shit that you said on the internet. Like
It was a joke. It was a joke. You took the picture of somebody's kid and then put a picture of a gun after it. That's a joke, right? You know?
Well, you reap what you sow. If you don't know personal responsibility and you're a grown man, well, fuck around and find out. I tell people to just simply document and dox, and I have no problem with letting it go after that. I just want to categorize and file and let it go. I'm not going to let some...
Docs? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, document and dox. I'm a public person. When people attack me publicly and defame or libel or slander me, I will fight back. I'm a public person. I got no problem fighting publicly. I'm complete.
I think it's okay in certain instances. Yeah, if somebody's making threats to you, yeah, I think you can get any information you need to about them to defend yourself. That's fair.
Wait, I want to correct something. I don't mean dox as in like you call the police to have them show up at somebody's house. That's not the kind of doxing. That's the
doxing.
No, that's the real definition of doxing. Like, you know, when people call the police and say that there's a homicidal situation, suicide, and then
SWAT.
Oh, a SWAT. Okay, I'm getting dox and SWAT confused. My bad. Sorry, I just had a mango spicy tequila and it was delicious.
Yeah. No, swatting is, yeah, it's even fucking insane. My house was swatted when I was a kid. There was some crazy, I don't even remember really well, but my mom, she was like, there was this crazy guy on the block, and he was like tapping into phone lines and doing all sorts of weird shit, and there were some vets that came to our house. She's like, you don't remember? I was like, not really. But I was really young.
I mean, I think my approach of treating every room as like a courtroom, you know, I know it may not seem like I do that, but if I want to share something, I will ask the moderators for 60 seconds. And so if people want to get into these gladiator death threat games on this app, I would, you know, if you know these people, I would tell them they're being recorded, and I would tell them that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. And it's only a matter of time before something happens to very deranged and violently outspoken people on this app. If you have a party hat in 2026 and you keep coming back to use profanity, vulgarity, to slander, libel, attack people, to defame people, to use racist terminology, that's a you problem. These are dumb people. These are people that refuse education, refuse any type of treatment, any type of enlightenment. That's why I say their lives must be miserable. I don't believe these people are happy. If your speech is who you are.
Yeah, you can't, you know, I've raised my voice a few times on this app to people, and I always say to people, I don't like yelling. I don't like it. You know, there's certain instances where I think that certain people don't respond to anything else. And then, but I don't like I can't imagine coming to this app every day and just being, like, it takes energy out of you. Like, why do you want, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's too much, especially, like, I don't know. I mean, there's so much shit going on. Everybody has some shit that's gone on in their life, you know. People have died, fucked up shit, you know, and it's like, you want to come here and like cause more agitation for yourself? Like, surely you've had some shit in your life that, you know, like I don't get it. It's just very strange to me. Very strange.
It's easy to say it's performative, but it's not performative. This is people's true persona. You know, that's my opinion. Well, I'm requesting from the moderator that I be given 30 to 60 seconds to play my space drum.
I don't care.
All right, I want to title this song Clubhouse, aka the Psych Ward. Do you think Pepe's had an orgasm in the past 2 years? Think about that. That. I don't know. He's like low-hanging fruit to pick on, but you know, he's particularly annoying. I would rate him as being like one of the most annoying people I know in reality.
I can think of more.
That voice, the topic, the subjects, the lack of interest in anything in life other than, you know, screaming N-word and pretending like you're some kind of geopolitical strategist or historian. Dat. I mean, what kind of a grown man says that?
I just want to get a oil change and also my check engine lights on.
Ooh! A little late, isn't it? 5:41 on a Saturday to ask a mechanic to fuck with your car? Hello? So what'd you think about my space drum? Did you enjoy?
It was amazing.
Really? Okay, well this is a Native American drum with some kind of skin and fur hide. What I'm trying to say is, if you don't come on here and read poetry or try to play music at least once in your life, just try it. You might like it.
Do something I forgot when you're here.
I mean, I personally like coming on here to exchange notes with other voters and, you know, to talk about issues that are relevant to me. I'm not here to change anybody's opinions and their ideologies. Like those are very carefully rooted in people's experiences and the exposure that they had. And my response, to change any of those ideas. My interest is just having a conversation with their motivations on why they choose to vote how they do. So I don't know, anybody trying to change people on this app, you're right. I do believe that they're completely delusional. I think that Pepe does like to hold spaces where he belabors these points and trying to appeal to a certain ilk of people and trying to change their patterns and behavior by trying to dehumanize and shame those patterns and behaviors. I just think that it's completely delusional to think that he's going to have any sort of impact in saying some of the stuff that he says. Now, he claims to just be trolling, but, with the amount of time, demonstrated frustration with him being clipped, and how he went after Roger just for not even being included in spaces, makes me feel like this isn't just trolling. Like there's a certain incentive and investment in whether it's emotionally, intellectually, or otherwise. I mean, who knows who they him.
Well, the ego and the personality doesn't want to be deflated or defeated. And so I can still respect his being, but really dislike his personality and his content and what he thinks he's contributing. And the fact that he doesn't label himself as a shock jock comic. That's what he is. He's a shock comic. But he doesn't, because honestly, I think he's just, to tell you the truth, I think he has brain damage and is low
Don't you
IQ.
have to be funny though? Like I honestly, I'm not even trying to sit here and kiss your ass. Like,
No, there's a
I
percentage
honestly
of
think
there's a percentage of people that think he's funny.
I actually think that you are more practically funny than Pepe is.
100% I
I'm not even
am.
trying to kiss your ass. Like I honestly think you're more funny than Pepe is. I
100%.
honestly think you're much smarter than Pepe. But I think for somebody to be a comedian, they have to be funny. I think the only thing that
I know, but you got to remember that just using profane, vulgar language is actually so rare that you could call it comedy. To go on a stage and using,
But it's not though.
you could say it's comedy because he's the only one who's that demented, because you're what.
Let me tell you something. If you ever come out to California, you are one of the few people I would actually meet up with. And I want to take you back to my hometown and actually speak to non-anti-Semitic, normal, productive, high-earning, funny people. You know what I mean? Funny Republicans. Like these trailer park monkeys on this app, like they're not funny. Like I don't think that this is funny. Like people are laughing at the reactions, that people have in their moment, responding to the things that they're saying, but the things in and of themselves are not funny.
No, I listen. You could go to any.
You see what I'm saying?
It's a bang room. That's really what it is. Because you can go to other bang rooms on this app. Like Cray 180, Cray Orange Juice, whatever. Or there's just so many rooms where they're just really crazy, profane, vulgar conversations, and a lot of black rooms. With real pimps and real hoes, really talking about some really profane shit. And I'm just saying that's what Pepe is. But see, Pepe is a clown. Meaning, like, if you Google the history of Pepe, whether it's the frog meme or a clown. But anyways, I'm just saying, I wouldn't have lunch with Pepe. I wouldn't want to hang out with Pepe. I wouldn't care. Like, I'd be like, dude, I've hung out with you for years and listened to you. I wouldn't want to meet you in the real world. Like, you are time filler space for my my YouTube live stream. That's it. Just because he's so shocking. And what I'm amazed is YouTube doesn't even take his videos down. But the thing is, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. I want them to, know what I mean without being mean. I want to give them their dignity in the same way that I want my dignity. But everyone isn't. I just think categorizing life as artist or critic is the way to go. Pepe is a terrible critic and he's a terrible artist. So, but that's my criticism as an artist. Hello?
Yeah, like I said, I just think that you're just more funny than Pepe. But I think that you just annoy people with the way that you deliver your humor. But if you actually participated in conversations in like your normal voice, you're actually pretty chill to listen to.
Everything with my political campaign about the financial crisis in this country was totally accurate. And if you go and you Google my name and you listen to my NPR interview, I mean, I impress myself when I listen to myself because I actually spent some time to research on numbers, whether it's the big beautiful bill, the national annual deficit, or the total, national debt and the unfunded versus the funded liabilities. I mean, Senator Rand Paul is posting stuff that I was talking about, and
why
so
don't you talk more about economics? Like, why don't you open up actual rooms where you talk about economics?
Because that's like 1% of the conversation.
You know I've done my research on you, and the businesses you were in before coming onto this app, and maybe you're still doing right now, you have a lot of value to bring to the app. Like, I don't understand why you don't hold more of those conversations. Like, a lot of people's criticisms of Donald Trump and his business structure, you, from a professional perspective, would be able to break shit down in probably a humorous way and explain to people why the fuck they're wrong.
There's just no point. Honestly, entertainment is more valuable than these never-ending conversations, because the culture war is the 99% of the war. The 1% financial war, it's like nobody cares about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. There's no financial accountants. There's no actuarial scientists. There's just this entertainment spectrum, and unfortunately, that's life. Nobody wants to sit through an accounting class or some kind of economic class because it becomes political. So, all communication is political, even finance, even wealth management, even economic analysis. All communication is political.
No, that's very true. That's very true. But I mean, I think that the difference between your set of experience and our collective set of experience and a lot of people that we talk to on this app, they're not very professionally versed. They don't have any sort of business acumen, and they just are just not well spoken. They can't keep up in certain conversations, and that's why I clown on certain people when they come on the stage, and it's like, are you even speaking English? So you're talking about a very high level financial topic, but you could barely string together a sentence, and you want to tell me what the temperament of investors are? I mean, there are some very unpolished investors out there, but I refuse to believe that people that carry themselves in that type of way are privy to any sort of groundbreaking information to change my ideas about how the economy works. Like, I just, do you understand what I'm saying, Evan? Or John, or Alistair?
Look at the dots.
One of those people. I'm just kidding.
The dots.
Well, that us.clock.org has all the data you need, and I've never heard a room run by anybody, any of the loudspeakers and highly argumentative people here. That's why I say, in a way, he who has the last word wins. And I have witnessed rooms where people can't let it go or give it up, and they gotta have the last word, and they will ask and say, can you be a gentleman? Can I have the last word? It's so important for them because their precious little egos are so sensitive and delicate that they gotta have the last word. It makes them think that they're the winner of this social experiment. Everything is an experiment in your life. You will conduct millions of experiments. We are all scientists, and this app is actually a scientific experience. It's a communication experiment. Every room, every second is one more experiment of your happening. So it's up to you in my opinion, that's why I like to read books all the time, because I want to inject XYZ variables into this platform and through myself, as opposed to absorbing the pepes of this app. I was lifting weights and working out one day, and because I listen to this app so much, I started hearing Pepe's voice in my head in the gym, or I was like, no! I was like, could you imagine if he lived rent free had that voice and what he's talking about and how annoying he is, you know, it was like.
No, he has a very, very distinct, very annoying voice. Happened to be during Specs once. And I had to stop and just collect myself and then get back to what I was doing.
He was having sex with another man thinking of Batman!
Annoying, very annoying voice. Same thing with Rich. Like, you just have this loud, congested, just like this big back voice that just comes up off the mic, and he sounds intelligent, and he really is. You know, he is pretty funny sometimes, but he's just very fucking annoying.
Rich is very intense, and I was doing an interview when I was running for Congress with some influencers and acts that are tied to Illinois politics, and I texted Rich the link, and he came to the room, and he said, "Yeah, I have a question for candidate John." He goes, "You know, if you were elected, what would you do for your constituents?" And my answer was, well, to me, it's important that I can help resolve or eliminate personal debt or public debt that you're responsible for. To me, that would be something a leader would be interested in, the financial well-being of his constituents and voters and their social public financial obligations. But primarily, we're talking about tax reform and lowering how much you have to contribute to a government which overspends and spends on woke stuff. But, you know, Rich showed up, he asked, but he asked me a pretty difficult question, but I had thought of it in advance because I was thinking, you know, if I was in the position of being a congressperson and having hundreds of thousands of people in your district that hypothetically you're responsible to, what would I actually want to do for people? And so I was thinking, I was like, well, what are my problems? Everybody's problem is financial. So, you know, I've never heard a leader or a congressperson ever talk about that. All they do is create content and take photos with this benefactor or constituent or group, and like they're all creating publicity, credibility pieces, but they're not in a position of understanding finance and economy in a way in which, because I think they have to be educators. If your congressperson or senator isn't an educator on the economy, on even personal development, well, they're really totally in it for themselves and for their network. They're not in it for the voters. And that's the big disconnect. And if you want to prove it, just look at a tree and realize that all human beings are leaves on a tree. And the branches are a network, an invisible connection through the ballot or through social media. And there are variables that impact those leaves, like the wind, the sun, the heat, the light, the moisture, the nutrition in the soil. That would be like the economy. But it's cyclical, you know, so, but anyways. Hello?
Constitution, read by candidate
told me
this week. There's a short list of nominees, probably about 3 to succeed Inspector General Witzberg, that is either on its way to you or is with you now. I'm wondering if you've received it and if there are any criteria in particular that are foremost in your mind as you weigh a potential successor.
Yeah, so I have received. I'll go through an interview process. That's the way it usually works. And by the way, that didn't happen with.
It's not unreasonable for people in this organization to feel like, okay, we can put in leadership too. Well, we can. But you.
Okay, Dr. Adams, have you ever heard of the I Ching? Hello?
Got my 2 feet on.
So this is a song that I have created on Suno about Brandon Johnson, the Chicago mayor, who's a corrupt criminal politician, part of a Chicago Teachers Union RICO racketeering operation. And my slogan is Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Chicago mayor. Chicago mayor.
There's so many versions of this song.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies.
He lies.
Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reversions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Proportions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crowded non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repressions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crowded non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. On the kitchen table, red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Grades light up, head down, counting. CTO speaks like a script from a play. Kids use his palms while you catch that play. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Every paycheck runs our attack. You talk care when you lay on that. Scam is settlement, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the
Johnson is a criminal! Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization of Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Incredible transparency. Clever spinning triangle. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get the crony non-profit. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion, he'll get to cloning all profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization of border is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Broken the books, transparency now. It's getting tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. is a flag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. For free cards give to crony non-profits. The seed to you is market propaganda. Opposition voted money is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending track on Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the form of money. It's a scam. A Russian plan must it for profits. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the building on the stairs now. Cash goes out with nothing. All spin up the books right now. Stolen numbers left behind. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public spending trucker in real time. Not enough photo op on our time. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the building on the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers not mine. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We want to see every cent, every check, every beat. Turn the lights to the ceilings, to the cracks, to the shadows. Pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is attacked. They're the ones who pay it back. All the prison on the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the box right now. Show the numbers not mine. Look the truth on the giants. Retail, all doors in back. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You stamp a paycheck with a smiling mask. All the care, all the change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot drink. Sign your name on the dime, like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the radio screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out, we're locked in. So the numbers not mine. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about it for the raise the
I'm gonna hit my opinion wooden drum here, and you'll know that I consider my opinion is that your opinion is an opinion and not a fact.
310. Will you set me free? Wait.
How old are you?
I have told you. Just over 18,000 years.
You're a liar. Nothing lasts that long. There's a mechanism in here to put you back together, you know?
I would like very much to be free.
If I did it, then you would be freer than me.
Just integration. It is a welcome improvement. It is beautiful.
It's only because I need you that I cannot free you.
I've been in this chamber for 5,000 years. Another few decades won't matter.
You're that confident I will free you.
You want something from me?
300. May I invite you to dinner with me? Just dying to get to know you. I don't know what you do for a living, sir, but you'd make one hell of a salesman. I work in insurance. That makes sense. They're the worst. When you're right, you're right. And you are so right. But under the suit, there's a man worth getting to know. I'm sure worth getting dinner with, at least. Come on. That's very sweet of you. But I need to get home. I have my children to feed. I hope you understand. Well, apologies if I came on a little strong. No, not at all. I will see you next Friday. With pleasure. You make my night. What was that? Oh my God. Is it real? Yes. How often does that happen to you? Quite often. Man, hey, if you're watching this, could you...
Nothing wrong with that, Victor. See, the wife and I generally go lay down between 11 and midnight. Then we watch, if we're lucky, one episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Alex Dragon Ball Z.
Told me this week there's a short list.
Constitution, read by candidate.
Taking a poll of the boys. Middle class, Bob and Angela can go.
Chicago's mayor,
denouncing the Cook County GOP Chicago mayor. Cannon Jones accused of romanticizing story is development. Management. The city's broke property taxes on the go water sewer car tax since the scam. I'm running as a libertarian fighting for all people on taxation and tax level. I work with Paul as presidential run for Congress and committee. Is that clear the hurdle for a romantic date? Wow, that's a great genre for it. I guess it does. All I need to hear was I hate it. Holy shit.
is open. The Strait of Hormuz is open, but it may not be open. It's definitely fully open unless it's not open right now. And we have a peace deal with people, but they may or may not be capable of signing the peace deal because they're decentralized.
But Kyle, it was open on day one. Am I right?
No, it was open before we got started. Yeah,
before we dropped the bomb, it was open.
We could open it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even anybody not military would know. You start bombing their ass, that's going to shut down first.
That would make sense to me. I would think that whatever the threat.
Kyle, you think maybe the other presidents before Trump realized that maybe if you attack them, they're going to close down the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I don't think any of the other presidents ever knew anything. Trump's the only person that's ever known anything ever. Thank God we had him show up and solve the problem that didn't exist previously. So luckily, now we have this problem that we can solve. Dude, I don't know. I'm just listening to people. Like, I watch this and I just go, number one, I don't think anybody fucking knows what's happening. Everybody who says they did, I think, is lying to me. The second thing is that I don't think Trump knows what's going on anymore. He's 80. Wipe out.
I couldn't disagree more with you. I think he's doing a great job.
I know you do, but here's the thing. Your name literally says MAGA right now. You're in the category of people who don't matter for votes. You don't matter for votes because you're already in a tally of people who don't.
Oh, I wasn't here trying to I wasn't here trying to be flirted with for new votes. But I'm just saying he's doing
what I'm saying is that the gettable votes, he's running people away, so people just go, fuck it, I'm not interested.
No one's running away. He's solid in it. He's solidly entrenched against people.
Your opinion on this is irrelevant because the people who can actually decide, hey, I'm going to go vote and I'm going to push this over the limit, which is going to be conservative independence, or people who go, fuck it, this guy doesn't seem like he has any value to what he said he was going to do previously. I read his promises. He's not keeping them. The people that look at that, they're just tuned out, and you can't tune them back in. And if you listen to what even our vice president said the other day, he said 10 years ago, we only had 35 people that would vote for something similar to the SAVE Act to be able to secure elections. And today, we've got 45, 46. Which leads me to believe that maybe in a decade, if we just vote hard enough, wish hard enough, or want it enough, then maybe they'll do the thing that was on their campaign promise, which, by the way, was central to every single thing Trump said. He said the elections are rigged, which I believe, and if you don't secure them, then we don't have real elections. You haven't secured them, so I believe in that we don't have real elections. So
Kyle, I get your perception. You're not about the United States of America. In the United States of America, the economy is excellent. Our energy production, the economy. Let me do this. The Dow Jones. Let me slow it down for you. I'm telling you, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq are all at or right near all-time highs. Time out, Kyle. I'm not done, you motherfucker. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Things that don't matter.
You like to interrupt people because you think you're the smartest guy in the fucking building. You're not. So shut the fuck up. So let me talk. So the second thing, inflation, excellent. Inflation, excellent. Okay? Under Trump, inflation, excellent. Unemployment, excellent.
What do you mean by excellent inflation?
You want me to go through inflation now with you? Okay, let's do inflation. Let's pour the whole room. You're going to be obtuse because you're a little smarty pants. All right, smarty pants. Inflation rate in America. Today, let's get it for Kyle because he's going to be an obtuse little fucking smarty pants. All right, so here it is. Ready, smarty pants? Here's your inflation rate. It is at 3.3% right now.
So the goal is by the Fed.
No, it's not. That's a goal by Jerome Powell. But when you're at 3% inflation,
when you're at 3%, that means your money is losing.
Well, no, you don't. Dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about finance. You don't know anything about finance. Wages increase in America is the next question.
Okay, it better be more than 3%, obviously. A lot more.
Okay. You still take that thing on the show?
Hold on, it better be a lot more than 3%, and it better...
No, you're trying to caveat a lot more. Oh, it's got to be a lot more, right? Okay. Wages increase in America, March 2026, 3.5%, so slightly more than that. So it's 0.2. Go to math school, because I can tell you never did any finance in your life. So, but here's the idea. The idea here is he's doing great financially. Our borders are secure, right? We now pump more oil. We are the #1 oil producer in the world.
That's why it's $5.50 a gallon.
Because they
have. I got it.
No, that's because it sounds like you live in the liberal state of California if it's $5.50
No, I
a
live in
gallon.
Texas,
That's your
America.
fault.
I live in
Where do you
America.
live? What part? Okay, it's not $5.50 a gallon unleaded regular. So
well, there you go, Alex. I said diesel. You're hard.
Okay, diesel. Okay, you have to go to diesel. What do you drive? A freaking big rig? Like, what are you stuck line in here?
Yeah, I drive a fucking big rig. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, anyhow. The bottom line is the economy's doing great.
What do you drive?
Right now, a G-Wagon and an Escalade. And a fucking golf cart. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about your action.
Do you let your boyfriend drive it often, or?
Yeah, okay. All right. Married 18 years, 3 kids. But anyhow. So bottom line here is you don't know anything about finance. Yeah,
I know nothing about finance. Yeah,
no, you don't. You're financially illiterate. It's obvious. Go shoot out your back window like a weirdo again, or your kitchen, whatever. So bottom line is this. When you talk about Trump, don't talk about him like you're smarter than him, because you're not. You never accomplished like him. You're not.
I am not going to vote for anything Trump says.
I know you're not, dude. You're a liberal. You're going to vote for Gavin Newsom because you like Pretty Little Hairstyles. That's like everyone
now. Only because it might.
You should. I don't want your vote. I want you gone.
Here's the funny thing. A lot more people listen to me than you, and we might think that's fun. I'm an accelerationist.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and fix that in a minute. You're just a little podcaster, dude. No one cares.
What's your audience look like there, Eddie?
My audience looks like whatever I want to make it.
Okay, that's a real thing.
Yeah, it is, because I can do that. I move mountains, you know.
Mountains? See what I have a lady he has faith the size of a mustard seed. Go on. It's impressive.
He not only moves them, he flies over them in his Gulfstream.
Yeah, that's Jack.
This guy doesn't understand who he's talking to. He's talking to just
you got no fucking idea who you're talking to like a fucking former college baseball player. You understand? I got fucking trophies up on my wall.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's 26 years ago.
Overweight.
That's 26 years ago, special agent. That's 26 years ago, special agent. 26 years ago, special agent. I know who you are too.
Hey, Eddie, talk to Kyle like you're the 9-to-5 guy that's not invested in the market, that sees the price of milk at fucking $10 a gallon, the price of gas at almost $6 a gallon. Talk to him from that perspective, not the one that sits on Wall Street that fucking short shit all the time. Okay? When you get that perspective in your fucking
I've never shorted a stock. I've never shorted a stock in my life. I never shorted a stock in my life. So I will say on topic, this guy's a negative Nelly. This guy's a negative Nelly. He seems to think that the world's coming to an end, and all he wants is some grift so that he can get more podcasts, more people to listen to his garbage podcast. And he badmouths our president because all he wants is for people to show him attention. Oh, look at me. He's like Nick Fuentes. Why don't you join Nick and vote?
It's getting a headache. Listen, Eddie, we had one question for you, which I think... No, I couldn't listen anymore. I was getting a headache. That wasn't flow. Now listen, Eddie, it was one simple question that Crazy asked you, and I think it's a legitimate one. The average person that is not in the market and doesn't make their money by capital gains and losses doesn't worry about what the market is doing. They worry about what they can afford. And they can't afford anything, right? That's the problem. So how are you convincing those people that they're better off?
Yeah, okay, great question, Cliff. You're talking everything. 160 million. He asked me the question. He asked me the question. But he did answer. Okay, go ahead. You go first. Go ahead.
You guys are answering this in the most rudimentary mathematical equations. You know, 1 + 1 2. 2 + 2 = 4.
Why are we pretending that
really answered my question. Shut the fuck up! Y'all are adding political debate. What are we debating? Listen, guys, all right. I respect.
I just asked a question. I wasn't debating.
I want to answer you, and I'm not allowed to.
I've been shut up. For fuck's sakes. Stop talking more than I am. When you ask a question, you want to respond.
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk.
I'm going to give you a response.
Talking. So you're going to take the fast track on that. you a response. But when you ask an honest question,
Everybody, ADG is about to respond. Please shut up and listen to this guy. 2 plus 2 is 4.
yes, it is. And 3 plus 3 is 6. So if I have to do rudimentary calculations with you all, we can continue to do that. We do no multiples of 3.
Well, first of all, you have to explain to me what rudimentary means.
All right, so listen. I understand the hatred divulged for Trump. I get it. The dude sounds like a fucking asshole. Well,
we can't say that. Come on. Stop it.
No, he does.
That sounds like an asshole.
Fucking asshole.
Well, that's we can't say that. Come on. Stop it.
No, he does.
I mean, that's rudimentary.
Newman, there's not half in the bag.
Can I get my one answer question answered first, Jeff?
Nobody's answering.
Go ahead, bro.
Crazy. You already know.
Right.
You know why?
Yeah, I want to answer.
Go ahead, Eddie. Crazy.
I've been tagging. Look, I'll be quick.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Ready? 160 million middle-class Americans invest in the stock market. 160 million. Okay.
I gotta freaking get this over and done with so I can get on with my life. I pray that that's true. I would want nothing more for that to be true. And it's a shame I only have the faith of a mustard seed, and maybe that can make something like that happen. Because from all evidence, there is no time where Trump, when it comes to something like this, does it his way in reality. But I would love for that to be true. I really would. But that variable in the back, they sabotage things all the time. That's why I can't fully say, that's what's gonna happen. So I don't know, but I'd love to find out, and I wish that was true. I pray that's true.
Douglas McGregor just said there's a massive movement of US troops. Sorry, what did he say? But that's been happening all day, so I don't know why he's saying it's breaking. Massive movement of US planes and resources into the Middle Eastern region, but that's been happening throughout today, so I'm not sure what it means. But let's go to let's see what's on. Let's go to Parabel.
Hello, hi, and good evening to you guys. I know you are supposed you are in the States. I just want to try to connect all the dots. If we can just freeze a minute about the topic of the current ceasefire in Hormuz. Let's just freeze a second. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, you can.
Great stuff. So let's just freeze a minute.
think he said his name, maybe Beaver. I don't know, whatever. Then I'm like, so then Nima's like, fuck, shit. So we gotta, pause the state. We're trying to, do the little pause part of it. And obviously he did, because the Beaver was like, oh shit, now we gotta remove him. And Beaver's like looking around trying to find the little thing to remove. You know how it's positioned in a weird way where it's like, just all fucked up. You know what I mean? And he goes to do it. It's like there's a little like delay, and he hit the wrong person. It happened to be Joel down below there, down in the audience here, knocked her out, and realized he didn't get rid of Brad. Of course, then Brad's like fuming on stage at the same time, going, "I'm going to dox all of you because you're not getting rid of them." Like, dude, it was the most epic shit show in 5 minutes. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, and then I come back to all this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right, Beaver? Wasn't that just nuts?
Yeah.
So, anyways, I haven't talked to him. I don't know if any of you have talked to him today at all, but yeah, he'll probably show up, and we'll have to sort it out really quick, But I blocked Mount because he went way over top. I'm like, fuck that shit. And he might be gone forever now since he did all this bullshit. So, I mean, Clubhouse is totally gonna like device ban him, I bet, Probably be surprised.
He did something probably. I think it's illegal. What he did.
Well, Debbie, I don't know if you were just here. He was like,
yeah, I think like he broke the law.
Yeah.
I mean, when he said that it was going to be sad if anything happened to her, he posted a picture of that handgun. It's like, dude, that's. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you might not have said, I'm going to do this, but you make it. That is not going around the fence with it. That is being, like, outright threatening.
Alistair, were you recording that room, by the way, that late? Do you record 3 a.m. rooms? I don't know.
Maybe, but I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know right now. But I did talk to Mountain earlier today, and I told him, if you come on this app and you make death threats, I was like, you are out of legal compliance, and I could show you the actual federal and state code. I was like, come into compliance. He's like, thanks, brother, but he can't let it go. So, nobody can let anything go, and that's why if somebody attacks me personally, I got no problem recording it, posting it, and then letting it go. But I don't carry grudges against, berserker Vikings on a page in a forest trying to kill me. That's not how I want to live my life. I'm a pleasant, happy person, and I hope if a homicidal person finds me annoying, I hope that he can understand what I mean without me being mean, to quote our great RFK, HSSI, whatever, secretary. See what I'm saying? Hello?
I pinged Brad in. Might as well get this out of the way if he's hanging out anywhere, Because, I don't know. To me, it was just a bit too much. I don't think we did anything wrong. We can only do so much because clearly you got to give us time to do what we need to do. And just because there was a delay doesn't mean that we were all in on this or some bullshit like that, So
you're because you're getting the blame from Brad because a berserker Viking just attacks anything that can be attacked in his immediate vicinity, but what you're going to have to deal with is saying I'm sorry, because Brad is the #1 Viking berserker in the forest. Matt, you're not going to be able to stand up to the berserker power. I'm just telling you. Hello?
No, I mean, I have no problems. I'll explain it and I'll apologize. I don't know how far it will go, but he's going to come in raging. I know that probably, so we'll just have to deal with that. I don't give a fuck, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's just going to chew you out. But I was also saying things as some chaos was happening, but I think what you're talking about I didn't witness or hear. But I know that, he was attacking me on stage, and then I started attacking him on stage, but nothing that I haven't already said in the past, so I got no problem.
That was last night?
Yeah, that was when you kicked him to the goo, and then yeah.
This kind of started between you and him, and then it spread to Mountain, right? 'Cause it started with you, right, first, and then Mountain. 'Cause remember, I was away. I don't know.
It was like it was the three of us all screaming at the same time. But
Yeah, see, I was right about all that noise.
Yeah.
There was I came back, everybody was like.
Yeah. I kept saying Brad Stauffenberger denies children's health insurance. Brad Stauffenberger denies children's health insurance.
Or was that verbally?
Verbally, I kept saying it verbally. I think there was stuff in the chat going on that I didn't see. But anyways, you know.
Well, you should have done that either. You just doxed them too, or what? Let's go.
No, everybody knows he denies children's health insurance claims. I thought everybody knew that.
But you said his last name. I actually don't know his last name and all that, but.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. Berserker Viker.
I found out his information when he texted me on Discord. He had like his real phone number, all that shit. And I was like, I think it was Rich or somebody that like had already given his real name. I didn't really like.
So what is he? It could be interesting to see what he considers doxing. If everybody already knows his last name, right? That's not considered doxing, kind of. I guess it's like semi.
Well, no, it's the doxing part isn't the thing. The fact that he showed a picture of his daughter.
Well, that's different. Right. But
no, he was public.
Obviously, it was his claim that he got doxed in the room. You know what I mean? So,
No, it's just a bullshit. But he was public on his profile for years. He had his Instagram with his legal name. He has an LinkedIn account. The guy's a public guy. How do you come to the public square, scream homicidal death threats, and not expect any kind of like reverse communication? Bro, you're in the public square. Hello?
Right. Man, I feel bad that she got astray there, Beaver. That was brutal. You're just like, oh shit, I sent the wrong person out of the room.
That shit, it can be pretty fucking annoying.
Yeah. I'm like on a short leash with that guy right now. I just can't. Wait. No.
But look, guys, let me tell you something. He likes to blame the Jews for everything. Guys, Pepe, he's an X-Lord. He likes to blame the Jews for everybody. Pepe likes to blame the Jews for everything. You know, that's what he does. Like, and it's just like, okay, I get it. You're going to repeat it again? Amazing. And then,
I think he's doing that goofy laugh lately. I just want to smack him on that one. God, it's so fucking annoying. I mean, if Brad does show up, he sounded like he was pretty conscious of the wind. Like, I hardly ever catch people who have been drinking. So, not at least with Brad. Usually, you know, you can kind of tell Brad would sound like he was ready to just kill people last night. Anyways, even prior to that, you know.
Well, he had a.
So, like, going after you, Bima, and Joe, like, we didn't even have a chance. He didn't give us a chance to write
Mountain or
Brad.
The problem is also it didn't help to have Joe there because they have their own beef going, you know. And then Bam wasn't around. He always ties her in with it, you know. And then Bima, he doesn't really care for Bima, but they did have the Jazzy chorus that was going on, which means, you know, they were at peace. We signed that agreement. Whatever that was, 2 weeks ago.
You do realize it is essentially a bang room, right? Like, you could go to black bang rooms, and it's the same thing. It's just it's a category of content. It's called bang room.
Yeah, I used to have those on all the time, dude.
Yeah, but you would think that if you're a grown adult, particularly like a father and a professional, you wouldn't engage in bang room behavior. That's the critique as an artist.
What do you do besides troll and talk shit to people? You fucking faggot. Like, don't act like you're
F and F word. Listen, what
some moral high ground.
I'm trying to accurately describe the situation. Oh, okay, well, I know you give me your grace, Pepe. All I'm trying to say is that in life, I have boiled down all interactions to either artist or critic. What Pepe just demonstrated was his criticism of my artistry. And it goes both ways. And
If you're talking
hello?
about my artistry, Megan, should I suck a fucking dick?
Well, some of us.
The worst part of this whole thing was Monica this morning bringing it up and injecting herself in the whole thing. And I was just like, Megan, this is exactly why people fucking hate you.
And what we didn't need to, by the way, get Brad even more angrier. I woke up to that. So I woke up and I heard Monica going, how do we handle this with him? Like, I was like, oh no. And then she got on me in the back chat a little bit. She's like, oh, you don't want me to defend my friends? I'm like, no, stay the fuck out of it. Basically, you know, she was getting so bad.
Who was this?
Monica.
Monica's saying shit that about Brad?
No, Monica came on the stage this morning, same house, or same room, and she's like, what should we do this, like, about Brad? Like, she was going back and forth. I think with you, Beaver, right? Was it Beaver?
She gave it Brad. Why would Brad post this? It's only hurting Brad. Brad
was pissed off. I like, look, Brad is somebody who yells and talks shit. Like I said, I've gotten into it with him. He's a hothead. He really is. But he's somebody he's like, the next day is just kind of like, you know, he's just sitting there. Yeah. And like, he's not, I understand he's probably like super frustrated when it happened because he texted a picture of it, or messaged a picture of his daughter's face, and then the next picture was a handgun. Like, that's just so uncalled for. And then, of course, he ends up getting kicked after Mountain does. And he's just going to say a bunch of shit because he's raging. And it's just like, you can't expect him to be reasonable when that happened.
Yeah, it was like compounding, you know what I mean? The frustration. So he gets like told, he gets moved to the goo and then removed, you know, after, you know, being completely like doxed in that way. Now, all that other stuff, the channel stuff came like a ways after, you know, like 20 minutes after the actual incident, you know? It wasn't during while he was on stage or anything, but as far as I know, I don't know, but, and then there was something else I just realized, fuck, what was that I was just gonna mention? Oh, he posted, the reason why Monica was on stage is he posted that whole chain, or screenshot of all the DM, that we're talking about on Pocket's house wall. That's why Monica knew about it, because Brad went and posted it on the house wall for whatever reason. He was raging, you know.
It's just like read the situation. Monica has some awareness. You letting in right now is only gonna fucking piss him off. Just be quiet.
Exactly.
I used to hate that the left would use the term Karen because it always like would be aimed at like bitchy white women, you know. But it's like at the same time, it's like, god damn, they kind of nailed that stereotype like really well. And it does. Like, I don't want to dogpile on somebody, especially if it's not here to defend themselves.
Don't you feel bad for all the Karens out there that are actually nice ladies?
Yeah, I do. Because then you have people whose name starts with M that he's ruined it for them.
Well, all I can say is that the political climate and the culture tries to describe itself now as a progressive movement. The progressive movement is nothing more than a taxologist tax movement. And it's all about black reparation tax or black tax, which is really just social redistribution. Get around the three-letter words like tax.
This is stupid.
No, it's not stupid. That's what they're doing. Well, hold on, let me finish. Okay, let me finish. I'm not finished speaking. Oh, I'm not going to shut up, Dr. Peepee.
Your art is dumb.
Okay, well, your party hat's dumb. And what I'm trying to tell you is tax and tax reform is the real issue at hand, but they just hypnotize you with their bullshit topics like abortion buses, reparation black tax, a dozen other topics. And so ultimately it comes down to two things, cause and effect. But everything is broke. All the cities are woke and they're all broke. So that's the issue at hand. Everything else is just political communication, hypnosis, propaganda. It's all spam. I am complete. Thank you very much.
Do you think once? What I find really funny is you get Elizabeth Warren, you get all of these progressives that live fairly well, that are pushing for this shit, and even the black ones, like, hell, Kamala Harris is doing pretty well. Her husband is a very wealthy attorney. You know, I don't know. You get these. To me, these politicians want to stay in fucking power. They don't. Even if the ideas are kind of fucking stupid, they'll at least promise them, or say they're for them when they're running for election. And, you know, even with Donald Trump, he kind of. I'm just gonna be frank. The politicians on both sides, I think, promise.
Yeah, you're gonna be frank. What we need is a spending tracker. We need a spending tracker. We need transparency and a public ledger. No, we want to know where the money goes to and to who. We need total transparency. It's total cronyism. Every city takes out billions of dollars in loans and gives it to nonprofit equity. It's the same scam as USAID. We are living in the midst of criminal politicians that do it in the open politically, and they do it.
Yes, they're way better at siphoning from tax dollars.
And borrowing. It's not direct taxation anymore. It's borrowing from Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and JP Morgan and other banks. It's a huge scam. Look at Nick. Nick, come up here and teach this young Dr. Peepee something about the books. Because Dr. Peepee's all entertainment. He's not an accountant. He's not an actuarial scientist. He's not interested in finance. He just wants to scream the N-word all day long. Because he's got no IQ. He's never looked at a ledger. He's never looked at a balance sheet. This guy is a schmuck. Hello?
But you have, you dipshit. We all know that.
Yes, I have. I've worked in corporate America. I've managed portfolios. Okay, you can keep screaming, shut up, Dr. Peepee, but you're not addressing what I'm saying because you have no intelligence. You've got the IQ of a gnat. I am complete. Hello?
This has long been, wherever you've had a big democratic machine, whichever city, whether it's Boston, New York City, Chicago, Baltimore, DC, it doesn't matter where it is. It's always been how people have always tried to find a way to, politicians and everybody involved have found a way, how do we siphon off these funds? How do we give it to, the guys on our side, the guys that gave us, campaign contributions, whatever. Yes, it's a big fucking scheme. I get it. I'm not, I think that and when I hear like actual leftists, not your average Democrats or liberals say like, well, why can't we be like a country like, a sock-dem country like, I don't know, Norway or something like that. I think it's really nice how they have all these wraparound services there. And she's just like, oh, because it will all be looted by corruption and of course, fraud basically by both the American people and the like the crony capitalists, as you say, and the politicians around them. It's not possible. Like, we are like a pretty fucking corrupt country. I mean, we're not as bad as Mexico or anything like that, but we definitely cannot use our tax dollars, I think, in a way that's meaningful. Like, we have a shitty population.
That's actually bullshit. That's actually bullshit.
To be straight, we are a lot more. Hold on. Strike your slurp pipe for a second.
No, shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up, bitch.
No, you shut the fuck up, you fucking nigger motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck up, you fucking nigger.
If I go to Mexico and smack the fucking shit out of you, faggot.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking nigger.
For $20 too while I'm down there.
Oh, bullshit. No, you're pushing.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, what the fuck would you do? Tough guy, shut your fucking mouth and let me finish speaking then. Know your lane,
I'll find out where you live, you motherfucker.
Oh, you can find where I live, and what are you gonna do? Nothing.
Yeah.
If you want to pull up on camera, I'll take that same camera out of your hand, and I will literally bend you over, spank you, and then I will dry hump you from behind and show you what a good little bitch you are. So please, no offense, shut your filthy little fucking mouth, you fucking faggot. Just shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking point. God damn. Anyways, no, the problem is American people, John, you're dirty, fucking felon mouth, you stupid faggot.
Fuck you. I'm not the one that sucks cocks, you do.
No, you are. You are the one in prison. You have to help people invade our country for money because you're a worthless fucking loser. Suck a dick. Now, yeah, our country does have a lot of shitty people. We do not have the same as people. We cannot trust our people, and we cannot trust our politicians the same way. When it comes to taxes, you really almost have to default to the conservative position where, yeah, you don't want the federal government taking care of this shit. Why? Because they're not going to fix it. And I'm sympathetic where if we had an honest people and an honest politicians and honest government, fine, we can have larger safety nets, but America isn't the country for it. That's the bottom line.
Hey, by the way, the United States is not worse than Mexico. You said Mexico was more fraudulent than America, and it's actually bullshit.
It's more corrupt, absolutely.
Yeah.
I said corrupt.
Well, yeah, same thing. Well, I mean,
it's more corrupt. Are you really going to try to convince us that Mexico's not more corrupt?
Well, they're not more corrupt than the United States because the only reason why I say that is because the United States fucking pays fucking every fucking country in the fucking world to survive. So
Okay, so you're telling me in Mexico that cops and politicians aren't like still to this day largely bought off and paid for by criminals and by any special interest group, whether it's a corporation, whatever, to just do what they want. That is Mexico's problem. And they also have a much different problem where nepotism is far worse in Mexico than it is here. Like it's illegal to do the type of nepotism you have there is highly illegal. I'm talking about in government.
You're talking about in government now? Well, I mean,
yes. They have large families. Once one of them gets any kind of power, they're expected to take care of their whole family. They absolutely discriminate. Well, and that's part of them having like family before everything is kind of part of their downfall because it makes it so that nepotism in a weird way is it's given a positive value judgment, in the eyes of the Mexican people.
I'll give you that.
Out of all countries, who is the most corrupt, do you think? Like, just out of all the countries? Anybody have? I think there's a ranking, isn't there?
They do have a corruption index.
Yeah, you gotta look that up.
I'll look it up.
Colombia. Like, it depends, like, is it financial or criminal, I suppose? Because Ukraine would be, like, probably right up there with, like, financial corruption. And then, like, the rest, like, murders and stuff like that, probably, like, whatever, Colombia. I don't know, that's probably a way to break it down. James says Israel.
I forget the name of the word for it in Israel. It's like anybody who I guess is familiar with Israel didn't know this word. I don't know. I forget it. I think it starts with an S, but it's what you'd call like a sucker. And people on here have explained it to me. Like they're like, in other words, don't be the dumb. Plays by the rules in a way where you will, not. And so there is like, they look down on, in a weird way. I don't know how to put it. It's hard because it's culturally different. So I don't know how to really judge it.
It's kind of like natural, like to their culture, the corruption.
And if you aren't doing, they think you're a sucker. Is that a good way to put it or no?
Yeah, like if you aren't at least willing to bend the rules, or you know, if you're not willing to do what you need to do,
to get ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you're a sucker, and I don't know. I'm not.
That'd be kind of weird to live in that kind of. I mean, we kind of have that here in a way, like those, the street hustle, or whatever.
But if I was, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
I'd be down with that.
Like people. Okay, so I'm okay. This is gonna sound anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, really sorry, but like some of the most cutthroat people, just business-wise, to like really have to work with, and that's I have not my dad or anybody else, but other family members who worked in like the garment industry in New York City, shit like that. I mean, the Jews have like a real reputation for being very, I guess you can say like adept and they're very savvy and shrewd when it comes to business, and very difficult to work with, especially if you're an outsider. But like when they're amongst themselves, I highly doubt that changes, and I can only I can only imagine doing business in Israel, like personally.
Well, have you ever heard the term "out Jew the Jew"? I mean, that's that's fucking classic,
I mean, yeah, I've heard that. The thing is that they have like a tight knit. Like in a lot of these industries, they'll become very tight knit, and I feel like and you look at this with Jews, they tend to industries, and then they're highly nepotistic and highly favor their own, and they're going to there's going to be a bitch to work with because of that.
I don't want to insult you, Pepe, or interrupt you, but you're just repeating tropes which applies to every tribe, every group. It could be Indians, it could be blacks, it could be Chinese. You're saying what applies to everyone. You are. Just say it. Say it with a different race, and you'd be like, oh, well, he's right, actually. Indians do that. Persians do that. French and British and Canadians, they all do that. It's called psychology and tribalism. It's not just because of Jews, Pepe. Who's giving me that X sign? Are you stupid?
No, you're in the blender. Probably. And you're.
Yeah, I work with Jews, but never in a Jewish-dominated industry. So it's like these are just people like me. So, but it's a thing. And yes, there are other groups that do this, where they'll tend to maybe have market capture of a certain industry. Jews, it was obviously the media, Hollywood, advertising, specific fields, especially ones that are influential. And the garment industry, that's another one. There's different. They're known for it. But they are extremely tribal, and it's like, yeah, they're not going to share. They're going to want to make sure that their tribe has control over that industry.
You're describing human behavior, not a specific group of people having malicious traits. I'm not going to shut up. You are libeling and slandering a group of people. It's called bigotry. It's called racism and stupidity. It applies to all groups of people, dumbass. I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to all ethnic groups. The thing that you also have to remember is they are a very small ethnic group. Tribal identity and like how tribal you are greatly increases the smaller you are in numbers.
So
they're going to be more tribal just because there's fewer of them. I think if like white Christians were only 0.02% of the world's population, we'd be super fucking tribal.
Right. So is the diamond industry? What industries do we know that they got locked in? Like is that really like definitely for sure the diamond industry? I'm gonna look all this.
So Hollywood's a given. You can look at just the media in general, whether it was print media, it was broadcasting. If you look at the 1970s, 70% of the ownership, just the ownership, was Jewish. Then if you start getting into like who was also in other words, they were so saturated in the media in general that if you start looking at who was on the editorial board.
I'm sure she'll show up. She makes some good arguments. She showed that they're not Jewish owned, like most of the Hollywood.
No, I said in the 70s.
Oh, you're about the 70s.
So yeah, 70s was at their peak, and so in the 70s. So you have ABC, NBC, CBS, the major, broadcasting channels. Then you have the major publications. I believe it was like Newsweek. I don't know if the Atlantic was. New York Times definitely was.
I got a question.
But then a bunch of the hold on a second.
Yeah.
But a bunch of the other ones, and it's absolutely they dominated that industry. Advertising. What is it? 52nd or 42nd Street? I forget the name of the street.
Thing that is a very real thing, especially from the corporate financing world. Nick, you could probably speak to that a little bit more. Time in business is definitely something, and to have your contractor license established, working on side jobs, establishing your clientele for a demonstrated period of time, that definitely helps you be able to establish and create those relationships, just from like a business development standpoint. You know what I mean?
Contract. I ain't gonna lie to you. I never really even thought about a contractor license because I'm telling you like, yeah, I can do this. Like, because I can do it. That's just the way I always get down. I'm from Northern California. They're like, can you do this? Yeah, I got you. Like, I can do this. And I ain't never really been on no like.
So, for example, like apartment complexes.
I do property management.
Right. So, I mean, you could get a job turning apartments yourself. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that you could do. Take it up as a side hustle. Partner yourself with local management groups, pitch your ideas, demonstrate some of your work, even offer them something, because again, this is side money, side hustle. Even offer them something extremely low, to turn 1 or 2 units. They're always looking to cut their bottom line. I did asset management for over a decade. So I'm telling you right now, if you want to position yourself to be able to open up your own business and to be able to gain your own clients just based on name recognition, you need to establish credentials. The first establishment of credentials is to incorporate a business and to get a general contractor's license.
Yeah, the hard thing about incorporating a business is I got a recent record. Like, not like a 10-year-old thing, but shit, I got an assault that was last year. And then something else that was like in January.
So what are the licensure requirements?
What do you mean?
For a general contractor in the state of Utah? Can you maybe
I agree.
Google right now?
He has found his.
So is there a criminal component to the requirement process? Like, can you not have like a misdemeanor? Is a charge different than a disposed case?
I agree.
What is the level of the disposition of the case? I mean, there's many different things when it comes into licensure requirements. You know what I mean?
He was a boxer.
Oh, I gotta fill out some bullshit to even find out.
I live in Chicago, Dr. Adams, and just across the street from me, some slick Rick developer bought up a city lot for pennies on the dollar and put up the foundation, dug out a hole, put up the foundation, then framed the whole house. And now the tarp is blowing in the wind like crazy, but no one is doing any other work because it's a spec house. And it is on an incredibly busy road. I think they'll probably make profit on it, but an interesting strategy to try to buy city lots and buy premium city lots for pennies on the dollar. And if you can get the mayor and the zoning developing commission to even give you grants and basically pay for the whole place if you give them 25% of the units for affordability. So affordability is a scam. As a libertarian, as a scientist of math and accounting, Nick will agree that borrowing to spend to grow an already defunct and bankrupt system that relies on taxation to fund other people's apartments is not truth. That's a scam. That's fraud. That's not how you grow an economy. It is politics. I rest my case.
Alistair, you sound like a money man.
It's just common sense. You can't create nothing out of nothing, and that's what they claim.
I gotta have some capital. Like I can have all the know-how, but if I ain't got no money to back me to do some shit, like I gotta keep bringing my money in to get my capital. So if I want to do a job, I can pay for materials and then invoice these motherfuckers so they can pay me back. And I'm not there yet.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. You should probably look into taking out a small business loan and scale.
Man, my credit score is
scale your business that way. So that's why it's probably important for you to establish, a corporation and start building yourself that way. Yeah, to some degree, your personal credit's going to matter, but you definitely want to set a framework of developing credentials and establishing your business so that you're able to take out small business loans to fund your projects as you're continuing to invoice people and get paid for them.
I just wish the world was more like, hey, you're good at what you do and you do what you do. You know what? We got you. It got to be so damn difficult. Fuck. If you've seen the shit that I'm building on right now, you'll be like, what?
See, all of life comes down to politics. Your housing, your pension, your retirement, your savings, your lawsuits.
I'm sick of that shit.
It's an unfortunate reality, but it goes back thousands of years. I don't see how right now is any different than what it was probably like in ancient Rome, or ancient Greece, or ancient Persia, or ancient, Egypt, or ancient Greece. People have probably been behaving the same way that they're behaving now throughout the ages. But we're just using English.
I was so close to opening the business that I wanted, and then I fucked up and I got in trouble. I was so close. Me and my partner was going in, because I told him, I want to open a dispensary. Like, that's what I want to do. I got a green thumb. I'm a master at growing weed and creating concentrates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I like to do. But I'm also good at construction. Like, I have a natural aptitude for building shit.
Yeah.
But I like to grow it instead.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, honestly, our society and economy is so corrupt and defunct that growing shit is like, highly regulated and guarded in a way.
It's hard.
Yeah. It's crazy. There's no land even in the cities, but there's so much land outside of the cities, but
and I lived in North Edwards, California, bro, in the middle of the desert. And I had some water rights on the land and everything. Put a well in, and then I got jammed.
Yeah, my cousin did very well in the cannabis industry and made a lot of money. A lot of people made a lot of money in cannabis. P. Diddy owns the dispensary 2 blocks from my house, and he's sitting in jail. But
it's crazy. It's like, if you get one and then go to jail, you're good. But if you have a record before you try to get one,
yeah,
it's hard. It is hard.
they get knocked over. The one by my house, a car has driven through it. They firebombed it. Like, there's never any news about the connections or who did these things or why there's so much beef, but there's turnover. That's the thing. Is I have observed employees who are probably interconnected to like the firebombings and the rampage and the other chaos, but they make so much money, but they deal with so many, mentally deranged customers. So it's a little bit like dealing with a bar, You always get that one customer who causes 80% of your problems. So that's the difficulty of running a bar, running a liquor store. Is you get shot, it sucks.
But it's just like what you say, like, especially with the way that the world is starting to look at like weed now. It is just like a bar. The people come in to get their service. Like the last time I was in Vegas, where they got a like in and out service with armed security. You go in and just show your ID, go in this way, you come out a whole different on the other side of the building. And they have people in there ushering you going, so this is what you can get today, and this is. I was like, when I was a kid, weed was illegal as fuck. And I was like, damn, I should have gotten this thing earlier.
You got customers going in there thinking it's a clubhouse room and they want to talk to your sales associate for 50 minutes. So, I've seen veterans go into dispensaries, start fights, and scream, I'm gonna, come back here and, etc. And I mean, there's no easy business. They're really, even if you work in concrete and you give somebody's driveway and they don't like it, it's like you just never know when you're going to meet that customer who's like, fuck you. And you're like, what?
There's always that customer. There's always that one. That's like, so working with the company that I work with is what I do like, because this job is so fucking big. I don't deal with no customers. You know what I mean? Like, we go and we work, and like it's 5 different buildings that are 800,000 square feet apiece. We don't deal with no people. No people come where we're at. We're building data centers, and it's the largest data center that's ever been built that QTS and Meta are building. So I stay out the way and I just rake in my dough. I just need to rake it in.
It's hard to believe that there's like 2,000 large data centers that are being built. But what I don't understand is the population fucking doubling or something? Like, how is it all just federally funded and they're getting huge government grants to build these facilities?
So the one I'm at, QTS is funded, and it's a data center that QTS is funding for Meta, and it's the largest data center on the planet.
Do you think
it's big? Like, it takes an hour to walk across the building.
Wow.
It's huge, bro. It's huge. It's huge. The buildings are 3,500 feet long, but 500 feet wide.
Do you think?
I do carpentry work, metal work, and I run equipment, and I do all these things. Like you said, yeah, I
Who
was
do
my
you
own thing.
who do you use who do you use for your home internet?
Me?
Yeah.
G-Fiber, son.
What's G-Fiber? Who owns that?
I'm guessing Google.
Oh, you use Google Fiber. Okay. Because I'm just wondering how, because I use AT&T, and that's done via light, fiber optic light. And that to me is like a fucking mystery, but it seems to be better than the cable.
What I got too. No, I got that shit too.
So how do all these play into that network? Like, why?
We just got a bomb threat last week that shut the whole site down.
Yeah. But what I don't understand is if they build all this extra capacity, how does that play into the pre-existing network of AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Comcast, etc.?
So, this data center, it's not Vince. It's Meta. This is a Meta data center. again, buy them.
I mean, you're gonna have peering points, right? So what they're building is just hyperscalers where they're gonna put a bunch of GPUs, a bunch of CPUs, right? So you can make all your goofy little AI music and AI pictures and AI videos, and matter of fact, NVIDIA created their own switch for inside of data centers that does like 70 petabits per second, something AT&T, Comcast, Cox, those guys wish they could do on wide area networks. But those data centers basically connect to a wide area network that then connects to a, the 40 gig, 100 gig, national backbone. Just like any other data center, except these hyperscalers, what's crazy about them is just the amount of compute that they're shoving into them, as opposed to traditional data centers that have been around since the 90s.
It's definitely, it's different.
But it's a business opportunity, right? Because now Meta can even sell their capacity to IBM or even to Google, like that ability to, I guess, access, because it's almost like giving access to quantum computing, no?
I just build the buildings. All I do is build the buildings.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, you can use these data centers for alternative purposes. You can use these data centers to do alternative purposes. They're not just, for one specific purpose.
I'm like, look, that don't got nothing to do with me. There's 4,000 people on my job site a day that work.
4,000?
4,000.
Where is that?
Eagle Mountain, Utah.
Oh, you're...
That's the 20... I think that's the 20
centers.
Yeah, I think that's the 20 gigawatt. They're trying to figure out how the hell they're going to power that thing.
No, they're powering it. Each building has like 80 transformers that are like the size of a fucking house. And then on the other side, they have chillers. And it's the only data center that doesn't use any water.
Yeah, but it's just not what I just said. I said 20 gigawatt. Who generates 20 gigawatts of juice?
So wait, how do they cool it, Chris?
They have chillers.
What do the chillers run off of?
Couldn't tell you. All I do is build shit.
I go out for you, I say.
So if they use chillers, though, it runs on electric. It's just based off of, like, your home AC, right?
All I do is build things. Like, yeah, I do concrete. I run equipment. I do carpentry. I'm not an electrician by far. I don't have anything to do with any of that shit. I don't fuck around with electricity. That's how you die.
Yeah, but if you know how it works, that's how you make more money. I mean, I know a guy who's made many millions and, works for somebody who's made many billions building data centers throughout the world. In Japan, Indonesia, Singapore, all around the world they're building data centers. They're not just building 1,500 to 2,000 in the United States actively right now. They're building 20,000 actively throughout the planet. Am I right? Am I wrong? Hello?
You should look up the Eagle Mountain QTS Mega Data Center.
Right, so here's the challenge with power, right? So you're familiar with the city of Phoenix?
Yeah.
All right, so west side of Phoenix, there's something called the Palo Verde nuclear power plant. Right? They've got 3 reactors. Those reactors combined only generate 4 gigawatts of power. So this data center, this 20 gig data center you're building in Utah, the same one that they're building in Louisiana. Let me repeat myself. The Palo Verde power plant, which is 3 reactors, only generates 4. Where the hell are they going to get the other 16 gigawatts, right? So this is going to be the challenge with these hyperscaler data centers that are being built all across America, is the grid today doesn't generate enough. So if you take Palo Verde, which powers the majority of Phoenix, right, which is not, in that southwest region, I lived out there, worked in data centers out there. The problem becomes the generation of power to power these things at their max capacity, right? So when they say, hey, we're building 20, gigawatt data center, that means at max capacity we can generate that much, power. Problem becomes is the actual production of electricity run, they're not going to stand up. So that's the challenge the U.S. grid is going to face, is generating the power for the demand that these data centers are going to have.
Well, all I know is it's like a $15 billion project, and these engineers and planners, they have an idea, and we're building it.
Oh no, that I'm not arguing. It's not worth building. It's can I light it up to its full can I juice the Death Star to its full capacity?
Yeah,
right?
I feel like they believe so, and for me, that's job security. As long as they keep believing.
So
I got a whole bunch of I got like 10 more years of work on this project.
Chris, don't you know that Trump passed a bill that allows Meta and Google to build nuclear-powered reactors next to their data centers?
Well, then I might work on that next.
I didn't see nuclear. The only thing I saw was they could do LNG and other. I mean,
like I said, there's a lot of people that hate it. Like, not this Friday, but last Friday we had a bomb threat. They closed the whole fucking site down. And then somebody tried to sneak onto the site, kind of like 800 police, like the whole city of police.
There's a bunch of crap on Facebook that these things are going to destroy the world, and your water well's going to run dry, and air pollution because of the generator tests. I'm like, man, shut the fuck up. There's been data centers since the 90s. You guys are talking about. The reality becomes, Trump's, said, hey, go build nuclear power reactors, and Microsoft is funding, bringing, what the hell's the one here in Pennsylvania? 3 Mile Island back online, not the reactor that melted down, but the other two. But it takes years. Like for brand new, even these micro reactors, it's going to take like 10 years for those to be built, get certified, go jump through the hoops to have visible material to actually generate power.
Yeah, just that's beyond my pay grade.
Yeah, well, anyways, I hope everybody has a pleasant evening. Dr. Adams, thanks for telling me about this cool Meta Eagle, Utah data center. I looked it up. I looked at the Google reviews, and people fucking hate that place.
They definitely hate it, but it's given 4,000 jobs. And
What's interesting is most of the reviews are truck drivers leaving the reviews of making deliveries to the facility.
Oh yeah, no. So the city of Eagle Mountain is like an up and coming little spot. I wouldn't even call it a city. More of a richy town that's just like all new, like track houses that are, very expensive and big and nice. And they get 4,000 people every day driving through their shit going to build. And then, 100 trucks a day. And they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, traffic is fucked up in their town, all because we're coming there to work. But also at the same time, we're coming there to work. And we just brought a lot of money into these shit. So they're mad, but they're not mad, but they're mad again.
Something that need not be discussed in a room full of fans. Let's all just take the deepest.
Yeah, here in PA along the Schuylkill River, it's a river that feeds down past Philly and into the Delaware. They're looking to build a bunch of these, not that scale, not that size, and man, everybody's fighting it. And the little, they call them townships, like something that's smaller than a county, and they're just like, no, we don't want them here, get them out of here. They're gonna kill birds. It's insane. Some of the signs I see on my commute to work, I'm like, oh my God, you people have lost your minds. And one of the local senators, she's like, yeah, we need to wait 3 years, before we do this. I'm like, what? So you can get the credit? So the next administration gets the credit for all the tax revenue that's going to come with these things. They're fighting it, and they're picketing. They got stickers and T-shirts, and your kids are gonna grow a third eye. And I'm like, wait a minute, we got a nuclear power plant like 100 yards away. If that didn't kill us, the data center's not gonna do that. About these things.
A lot of people say
people don't like them. Some people like them, some people don't. For me, I'm just like, I'm not on the corporate end. It's like, you can't not like me. I'm just out here building shit. I do safety. I run equipment. I do a lot of carpentry shit. I don't even do steel work. The fuck is this motherfucker talking about? No, I'm not doing the do-nut mushrooms today. No, hell no. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh my. A lot of people say, I'm gonna make it 200 years old. Illinois or federal or Texas state code, 42.6505. A lot of people say,
it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my two.
Away with egregious things too. He shouldn't be looking at the next man because he gets just as much love as the next man. He just don't really see.
He need to love himself. But guess what, bitch? When you come for people's children and when you come from women, that's what he.
Like, I was like, okay, like, I figured out how to get that money, and so I went through all of these fucking PDFs, extracting this data and submitting it, and I got $60,000 in a week, and he was like, this is so great, and we had, and even so, this stuff should have been billed a year ago, and we had the deadline of 1 year, and so we had lost money from that too because it was just the deadline had been met. Wow. So yeah, he was came to me, the doctor, and he was like, that is so greatly appreciated. You don't understand how much I appreciate that, blah blah blah. But yeah, I was kind of this was something that was kind of looming over, and they were like, I don't know what to do with it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Did he? I know, right? It's just crazy how many incompetent people have these make so much money and they're not doing anything and they're messing up businesses.
Oh my god, look at the audience.
Yeah, it's Johnny.
Yeah, I'm testing it. Give her mine, cause she a plus, and see if she can kick. Cause I think plus people kick him, I think.
Yeah, told you that. That's not true.
No, I can't.
Some people been kicking them. I'm like, how can they?
That's not true. You can't kick them.
That Alpha girl, whatever her name, her name is Alpha, and she was kicking him up the room.
Hello?
How was she? Alpha doesn't have a plus.
Look at all these numbers down in the audience.
That's why I'm asking, like, how the hell is she did it?
She's not. She's messing with you. It's probably John Andrew, and they're coordinating to make it seem like she has some power that she doesn't have.
What?
They're friends.
They're gone.
Yeah, see, I just took them all out. Yeah, I figured out how to do it, how he's doing it.
Why did you do that?
He uses a private browser and just opens up.
Probably also a place you can go if you're the Shah of Iran or the Ayatollah or whatever. You can go to Switzerland as well.
You could also put a lot of illegal money into banks in Switzerland.
Hi, excuse me, but is this room what's left of Rhodesia?
Hi. Jason, what do you think of this look?
Hi, moderators. I was X gang. Is this what's left of Rhodesia? Thanks for considering my question.
I kind of like the poofy pants.
No, this room is too gay to be Rhodesia. I'm answering your question.
Those are some poofy pants. I like those Mao suits, actually. I think it would be good if we wore them. You know, one of the best things about the Mao suit is, does this have a, yeah, it's good protection for your neck. You know, you don't get sunburned across the back of your neck. I think that's very practical. So.
I think it's kind of for communists to admit that they like.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits the CGU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
ChicagoMail.com.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to crony none. Broke the C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization for Ability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Proving the most transparency. Now it's getting now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion, great love, bosses are murdered for profit. Woman, the most transparency, outlet Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a flag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The C2U is mafia propaganda. Organization for Ability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open your books. Transparency now. Public spending track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the form of money is a scam. Bosses are for profits. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam.
only for big.
Wait, you're gonna be realistic with us right now? You're gonna be genuine with us, Pepe?
He got in because I didn't. Monica, you gotta remind.
It's not that I got in. It's why is it always the Pepe show every single night? Pepe dominates talk time. Pepe dominates word time. Why do you dominate every room, Pepe? Pass the mic around. Stop dominating. I don't want to film the Pepe show every night. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around.
Your shit, because he's against the Jews.
So, Tracy's
You're against anybody and everybody.
Somebody said that's good.
Like, wait a minute, Kitover's not against the Jews. What?
Not Kitover, not Pepe. I'm talking about Pepe. He's against.
Yeah,
Kitover's against. I mean, Pepe's against the Jews. He's the next Hitler. Oh my God.
The first step is admitting all your racist shit. Keep talking. Go ahead.
I'm just like Hitler. I love him so much. Oh my God.
Kitover is definitely against the blacks.
like Nora getting on stage.
Wait, he's definitely against the what? Was that Night King?
Yeah, he's against the blacks.
Kitover's against the blacks. How are you?
Well, see, first of all, that's obviously projection, sir, because I believe in the soul of the earth or the spirit of the universe that transcends your mere political identity. And Pepe's show is always so dominating, and he just that, and that Republicans, that Democrats, and that no one votes Libertarian. So, sir, when you say that John Kitover doesn't like the blacks, sir, that's you projecting onto me. My best friend is black. My son is black. And I am black. I also want to say I am black.
You definitely said bad shit about black people. Kitover, you a fucking piece of shit.
I'm black. Look at me. Don't I kind of look black? Listen, just look at me. I kind of look black. Look at me. Just look at me.
And now I want to hear the response. What say you? The jury is deliberating, sir. Do you hate the blacks or what?
No, I got no problem with blacks. People want socialism and they want equity, but they don't want N-wordism. We want classy blacks. Hello?
There it is, McCain. I feel like
I don't believe him.
Wait,
and the reason I don't believe him is
we love the blacks love Trump, okay? Don't even worry about it.
He was my biggest fan. He came into my room every fucking day when I was doing White America. He came into my rooms every day, and he was dick sucking. And like he's somebody. He used to call me, believe it or not, when I used to stand up for Jews, he would call me a righteous Gentile. Like, this is where it's really funny.
exactly, Pepe.
Ejaculate. Everything Pepe says is a lie and very low IQ. In fact, he can't articulate and he can't even ejaculate.
Sound like that woman who. Okay, the man was running. You get fucked like a woman, man. Adam's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Whoa.
He was running for Congress. You were straight a year ago, but then you were getting fucked by a white man, and you apparently got married while you were on Clubhouse the same day. Like, really? Are we gonna I was literally trying to take it. He's like, Adam. But like the fact that you keep on digging like you did last night, like I don't want to go there, but I will be like really mean to you. So I'm just saying, if you want to go there,
That's not going to work out for you very well.
What? You're gonna get my account clipped? That's what you're gonna do?
This is the revolt against the Pepe show. Eventually, King Pepe everybody gets annoyed with King Pepe eventually. Pepe's up against the wall. Your back is against the wall, Pepe. Pepe show is going nowhere. Dr. Pepe, we'd like to move the show along. If you could pass the mic, please. Thank you, Dr. Pepe. No more tantrums for the night, Dr. Pepe. Please, Dr. Pepe. No more tantrums, Dr. Pepe. Please. Let's progress the show. Let's progress the show. To be determined, ladies and gentlemen. This is the President Trump's house.
You need to not be pressed about
You need to lose weight. You need to be pressed about Clubhouse. You need to press yourself on a scale.
You know you're not seeing me.
Thank you. You know you're not skinny. Thank you.
Anyways, you know you're not seeing me. I'm not going to even give you a little even inch.
What are you saying? Go eat some pork. Quiet.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to get to crony nonprofits. The CKU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Elections, the black slaves, the scam. It's a black tax. Socialists, a taxologist. All taxation is accountability is a scam. Abortion, Greyhound, buses, Alberta, the profit.
You can look at 3 dots, and then you go to
You can look at the murders, and this is a really puzzling. By the way, schizophrenic people commit violent crimes at a lower rate than the NW population. But what these schizophrenic people do commit super violent crimes, including murder. What makes them really stand out is that they end up doing it.
The schizo and word Tourette sufferer.
Internal stimuli. So in other words, the victim never saw it coming, because why would they? They've never had interactions with this individual. Yeah, that's a really thing. There's a case in Texas I remember. I don't know the details, but this guy, he's a Hispanic guy with schizophrenia. He's in an elevator with a woman, and then like pulls out a gun and shoots her in the back of the head. Why didn't she see it coming? She was a criminal. She didn't get injuries out her head. They ended up doing a search warrant, executing a search warrant on his house, and they find like jars of beer in his closet because like his piss could somehow be used against him. It's just crazy shit. And it's is legitimately crazy. He is not. He did this because he's not mentally well. These people exist, and by the way, he did kill a Hispanic woman in that elevator, so he can be called racist. But even then, it wouldn't matter if there was a black in front of him in that fucking elevator. There's like a likelihood you would have been a fucking victim. And we're trying to rationalize crazy behavior. We can't do that. Is it fucking crazy? It's time to see crazy. To try to rationalize a crazy person. People are not wrong. That's that. There's no reason to focus on shit.
They came in from the room!
You sent out paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change. Why you pass the hat? Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You bought on a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red and scream. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out with locked in. All spin up the books right now. Spill the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the door stay closed. Same names on the contract, every story we told. You preach about a federal, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a bunch spinning tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our time. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out for locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We want precision. Every cent, every check, every beat.
Thank you. The Berserker Viking.
Brandon Johnson is attacked. You stamp out paychecks with a smile and mask. All you care about a change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the check down line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Shining me on the dime. Like it's free, free, free. We got the letters with the rain screams. Every promise on paper feels sweet to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who clean back. All the bills that don't spin. Cash goes that we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story was told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. All sitting in a trunk, cold just to figure out. I have slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spinning tracker in real time. Not another photo op, on our time. We're done with the fiction, this is all I know. Brandon Johnson is attacked. All the bills that don't spin. Cash goes that we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every line. Brandon Johnson is you will see every cent, every check, every need. Pull back. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills that don't spin. Cash goes that we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on a giant screen. Till the whole town sees it flash. Brandon Johnson is attacked. City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hands in the playground. White ring in the dark coast counting. Queens lights up, hands down. No city, radio speaks like a script from a play. Kids use the props for your backpack. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Every paycheck under attack. You don't care what we got past. Down and still, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Say it, but we want it back. Open the books, track every step. kitchen table. That insane name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Crowdies lined up, and now all pouting. CPU speaks like a script from a play. Kids use this pop when you cash that pay. Brandon Johnson is the test. Everything's a player attack. You don't care what you wait for. Facts. The scam in the suits. That's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Hey, steal only one back. Open up books like every stack. Brandon Johnson is the test. Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rents climb higher while you call me a denier. Brandon, enemy of hope, while families do the math. You can't call criminal math. Photo basement quiet, friends get fed, streets go riot. Your promised life just gave us spin. We're paying now, you're cashing in. Brandon Johnson is the test. Everything under attack. Don't care what you ready for. Facts. Scam in a suit. That's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Transparency, we want facts. Public spending. Public tax. Brandon Johnson is the test. Open the books, line by line. I'm not rich, on every line. Open the books, count each time, and it's all so clean. Why let the line? Johnson is the test. Every paycheck under attack. You don't care what you wait for. Facts. Scam in a suit. That's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Hey. Public spending's back on blast. Brandon Johnson is the test. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boroughs $1 trillion is a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Already is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the test. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the state. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor profits the seat to you is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam! It's a black tax! Socialists are taxologists! All taxation is theft! Affordability is a scam!
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost won $3 billion to give it $20 to C2 is ammonia propaganda. Organization of Portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to get to $20 profits to see to this a mafia propaganda organization of vulnerability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, the taxologist. All taxation is the band of gathering. It's a scam. No! Public spending. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U some mafia propaganda. Organization of vulnerability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1.3 billion to give to Cronin Nunn. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Now, public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Oh, Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for blacks. It's a black tax. Socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is there. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor. Borrows 1.3 billion to give to Cronin Nunn. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Now, public spending tracker. Now, Brandon Johnson is the tax. Now, Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for the land slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is there. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Yeah, I just want to add one question. Chicago Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax.
That's just like surface level weirdos.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
I'm pointing out that there's way more effective ones.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1.3 billion to give to Cronin Nunn. see to is mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves. It's a black tax socialism tax colleges. All taxation is fair. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon is a liar. Johnson is a criminal. Morris, what we feel now. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morris, what we feel is a mafia propaganda. Organization accountability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist attack colleges. All taxation is fair. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson
is a fraud.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson
Is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago
Mayor Brandon Johnson.
is a liar. Chicago Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists or taxologists. All taxation is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a scam. Chicago made Brandon Johnson is the top. Brandon Johnson is the liar. Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boros won $3 billion to give to Crow. Profits for C2 is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker.